Blog Talk Radio.
Hello, liberty-loving patriots. Welcome to the Lucid Libertarian with Lori-Ann show. Please be sure to tune in Sunday nights from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Pacific Time, 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern, to discuss current events, news, and political opinion with Lucid Libertarian flair. Be prepared, folks. We often go into an optional extended third hour. This show advocates for liberty, freedom, our Constitution, Bill of Rights, and limited government, while speaking against corporate and government corruption, tyranny, and the globalist Great Reset agenda that undermines our precious American sovereignty. Discussions here are unscripted and free-flowing, so sometimes conversations wander off in unpredictable directions. Would you like to call in and share your thoughts and be part of the conversation? The number is 563-999-3698. Again, that is 563-999-3698. Then press number 1 and you'll be added to the queue. Please also like and follow my Lucid Libertarian with Lori-Ann page on Facebook. You can help me battle their freedom-loathing censorship by visiting my page regularly, along with reacting, commenting, and sharing my posts. Thank you so much for listening, but please sit tight and don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes to kick off the show.
Imagine waking up in a trunk. What is grooming? What if I told you we had a 40% increase of human and sex trafficking in our country due to COVID lockdowns? We already had high numbers to begin with. One's Purpose is an amazing organization pounding the pavement every day, helping these survivors get help. Unfortunately, they do not have the funding they need for a safe house. In the state of Oregon, we have 0 safe houses for these survivors who have endured the most heinous of crimes. The time is now to get involved. The time is now to help stop human trafficking. Please go to onespurpose.com to get involved. If you need help and if you know someone who needs to get help, please contact 541-221-3448. Make a donation, make a difference.
Sure, it's Friday night, but that is no reason not to tune in to NWCR Radio at 9 p.m. Eastern Time with Robert the Infidel Garding. Being around since 2007, we patriots have watched as the left and many on the right have done nothing to stop what is going on to destroy our great nation. Ideas abound with our society, but most are horrible at best. But there are good ideas out there if you know where to look. Join us every Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern for a dose of reality from behind the silver microphone of freedom with the voice of reason in this unreasonable world. That's NWCR Radio at 9 p.m. Eastern Time on Friday evenings, where you can call in at 646-478-5284 and give your solutions to what is ailing this country.
The preamble to the American Constitution begins with the phrase, "We the people." But could the people of America be counted on to do the right thing all or even most of the time? The principal architect of the Constitution, James Madison, gave this question a great deal of thought. His answer was a decided no. Whenever there's an interest and power to do wrong, he said, wrong will generally be done. For his new nation, Madison wanted as much freedom as possible with as little government as possible. But he had no illusions. Tyranny, he knew, comes in many forms. It's not confined to monarchies and dictatorships. In democratic society, the threat of tyranny comes from the people themselves. The founders called this the tyranny of the majority. The majority will, if it can, put its own interests above those of the minority and generally not hesitate to deprive it of its rights and freedoms. This is why Madison was preoccupied with the problem of what he called factions, the word he used for any kind of organized pressure group. Madison deemed both minority and majority factions dangerous, yet of the two types of factions, he considered a majority faction to be more dangerous. Why? Because minority factions can be curbed by the power of the majority. But who will curb the majority? This is the central purpose of the Constitution: to limit, frustrate, and in some cases block majority rule. As Madison put it, the great task was to devise a document that would first enable the government to control the governed, and in the next place, oblige it to control itself. How to do this? Madison had a plan. First, the Constitution had to be written down. We're so accustomed today to national constitutions that we need to remember that prior to the American Constitution, no country in the world had one. And since the adoption of the U.S. Constitution, many countries have had constitutions that came and went, some lasting just a few years. Yet the American Constitution has now endured for nearly 2.5 centuries. The original document was written on 4 pieces of parchment and is 4,543 words long. Its remarkable brevity perfectly matches its purpose: to create a framework for limited government. To Madison, this meant that the authority of the federal government should cover certain listed or enumerated areas. Outside those areas, the government has no authority. Second, the rights of the citizens had to be spelled out. That's why the first 10 amendments to the Constitution, known as the Bill of Rights, contain a series of limitations on government. The rights in the Bill of Rights typically begin, Congress shall make no law. Congress shall make no law restricting free speech or freedom of the press or the free exercise of religion. Third, the concept of representative government had to be clearly defined. Representative government means that the people do not rule directly. They rule by electing representatives who govern in their stead. Madison counted this practice a radical departure from the direct democracy of the ancient Athenians as the distinguishing mark between democracy and a republic. A large and extended society, Madison argued, can function effectively only as a republic. And a republic is a much better guard against tyranny of the majority than a democracy, in which by definition the majority can do whatever it wants. Fourth, the power within the government must be divided. The Constitution separates power between an elected legislature charged with making laws, an elected executive charged with enforcing them, and an appointed judiciary empowered with resolving legal disputes. A further division happens between the national government and the states, so that some powers are exercised at the national level, others at the state and local level. Fifth, mutual oversight, checks and balances, was necessary to restrain the power of the individual branches. Because Madison understood how easy it is for a country to devolve into tyranny, he ensured that each of the 3 branches of the government act as a check on the power of the other 2. Congress has the power to make laws, but the president can veto them, and vetoes can be overridden only by congressional supermajorities. The president and his executive branch enforce the laws, but there is congressional and judicial oversight. The judiciary interprets the Constitution and the laws, but judges are nominated by the president and confirmed by the Senate. This is not a complete list, but it gives a clear picture of Madison's ambition: to give America a political system that would promote freedom by making it very hard for the human appetite for power over others to ever be realized. He succeeded, thus far. I'm Dinesh D'Souza for Prager University.
This video was made possible by a generous donation from the Tim and Lisa Walsh Family Foundation.
Hey, do you know about the USA? Do you know about the government? Can you tell me about the Constitution? Hey, learn about the USA. In 1787, I'm told our founding fathers did agree to write a list of principles for keeping people free. The USA was just starting out, a whole brand new country. founding fathers set out to do. We the people, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. In 1787, I'm told our founding fathers all sat down and wrote a list of principles that's known the world around. The USA was just starting out a whole brand new country, and so our people spelled it out. They wanted a land of liberty, and the preamble goes like this. We the people, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America, for the United States of America.
All right. Hello, all of you freedom and liberty people out there. You are tuned in to the Lucid Libertarian with Lorianne show. Thank you so much for making your way here. Happy Constitution Day. The first video or clip that I played was Dinesh D'Souza talking about our Constitution and our form of government. And then, of course, I dug up good old blast from the past, Schoolhouse Rock, the Constitution. So that's what you just heard. And so that's what I wanted to open up the show with tonight. And looks like we got Donnie, we got Joe Gibson, we got Mike in the chat room. We got Mike raising his hand on the switchboard. I'll bring you on here shortly. And looks like people are starting to funnel their way in to the switchboard, so that's good to see. Let's see, I am just looking at who we got here. So for tonight's show, plenty of stuff to discuss, right? As I wrote up in the show description, let's do a rundown of just some of the highlights here. We got the Biden impeachment inquiry is being kicked off. We have Trump was endorsed by Kristi Noem, and she was asked about if she would be open to a VP ticket with Trump, and she said yes, and so that's caused a flurry. So a Trump-Noem 2024 ticket, what do y'all think about that? I think that makes things a little bit interesting because I do like Kristi Noem quite a bit. So that would be kind of a game changer. Oil prices are at a 9-month high, and I'm sure we're all seeing that whenever we go to the gas station. So that's not helping matters any either. And then Putin and Kim Jong-un, they are BFFs, they're best friends, they're buddies. Putin visited Kim Jong-un, and Kim Jong-un visited Putin. They're going back and forth, having slumber parties at each other's places to strengthen their bond with each other. And let's see, then we have more developments in the Biden administration versus the courts over censorship and First Amendment violations. Then we got some progress on the Hunter Biden firearms charges that we can talk about. I did want to talk about that a little bit tonight as well. Some updates on Maui wildfires and death toll. Then we got Danny Masterson. Danny Masterson, who was on that 70s show, convicted of 2 counts of rape. And then therein lies some more drama with some of the fellow castmates, especially Ashton Kutcher and Mila. So there's some drama there that we can get into. They wrote letters of praise to him, in support of him, and then they had to quickly turn around and do an about face and issue an apology for their support of him. So there's some drama there in the Hollywood circles. And let's see, the U.S. government, of course, our government is paying for the COVID jab lies, or was paying for the COVID jab lies to pregnant women. And now, of course, they have the new and improved COVID jab that is getting approved with hardly any testing being done. I don't think there's been any clinical trials on it. It's like, oh, it's good. Let's just funnel it out and put the pressure on for everybody and tell everybody to get it. And then also this past week, the UN had a control meeting, which this combined with the further talks about the WHO pandemic treaty, the WHO pandemic treaty. Those two combined are New World Order agenda galore. So, I mean, that's just some of what I wrote up in the show description to try to talk about tonight. And I know that there's more. So, and I do believe, looking at the switchboard, we also have Joe Gibson raising his hand. Good deal. So with all that said, I'm going to go ahead and bring in Mike, and I'll bring in Joe Gibson. Hello, hello. Happy Constitution Day.
Happy Constitution Day. And by the way, a couple things before we really get started. One, Ken Paxton found not guilty in their failed bid in the Bush's failed bid to impeach him. All right, that's one. And number two, Schoolhouse Rock would not at all make that show today. Not at all.
I know, right? I know. It's like, I wonder how many parents actually might pull up old Schoolhouse Rocks to teach their kids stuff. Because there ain't nothing like that on nowadays. Nothing. You could, on Saturday mornings or whatever, when kids are watching their cartoons, there ain't nothing like that on TV now. Nothing for kids that would actually teach them something, and the good old days of Schoolhouse Rock.
The last thing they had
what is Schoolhouse Rock?
Near that. Yep. The last thing they had anywhere near that was this other cartoon named Liberty's Kids, which wasn't just about the Constitution, was about, the whole Revolutionary War. It was a cartoon. So, yeah, they don't make many things like that anyway.
I absolutely agree, and that's a shame. We need more of that.
Yep.
You know, we need something for kids. And I loved how Schoolhouse Rock used to do it because it was so geared toward kids. You know, you're putting it to music, you know, so the kids can kind of sing along and, you know, and get into it and make it, you know, not boring for kids.
I mean,
go ahead, Joe.
They had, at that time, Laurie, think about it. That was at the height of Saturday morning cartoons. So they picked the right timing, the right date. You know, I mean, think about it. They had a captive audience because, look, much like as I was growing up, you know, I felt like Saturday mornings was a time for me to come home and decompress, right? I mean, after all the high learning you got during the week, it was a way to kind of, I don't want to say forget stuff, but, you know, that type of thing, right?
I don't know. I've never seen Schoolhouse Rock, so I don't know what it is.
Wow, you've never seen Schoolhouse Rock?
I have no clue
God,
what you're talking
classic.
about. No clue.
You gotta do some YouTube sleuthing and check out some Schoolhouse Rock, and you'll know exactly what we're talking about.
Well, what is it though? Well, what is it? So you can explain it.
That's how I learned how a bill becomes a law was from Schoolhouse Rock.
See, like what you're saying right now, you see, I don't know because I don't know what it's about. I don't know what it is. What is it? A cartoon? I don't know. It's like blank. It's like you're telling me something's red, and I'm colorblind. You know, I have no way of knowing.
It was pretty much a cartoon and music, all geared toward kids to, you know, small kids watching their Saturday morning cartoons or whatever. And it was geared toward teaching kids stuff about, like, the Constitution, how a bill becomes a law, and stuff like that.
Really?
And it put into something fun for kids. Yeah, you really got to do some YouTube sleuthing and check it out. And it's like, and then you'll see what we mean when we're like, there's nothing like that now for kids these days.
You know, conjunction, junction, what's your function?
Okay, I remember that. I remember that now. I remember that commercial or that during. Yeah, I do remember that.
It wasn't just politics, but conjunction, junction, you know, English.
Yeah, I remember that song when I was a kid. Yeah, yep. See, I used to never watch stuff like that when I was a kid. I never liked cartoons. I was watching, believe it or not, I was watching, even though there wasn't that many on, but when you had Good Morning America with Joan London, I remember. That's what I used to watch when I was 4 or 5 years old. Believe it or not. You know, I used to watch that type of stuff. I mean, going to school in the morning. I remember watching Good Morning America. I was always up on the political events and history and Ronald Reagan.
We're talking about Saturday mornings. This was what was on Saturday mornings. I went outside and played probably in the neighborhood or something. You know. Well, it'd have been 6 a.m. my time, which would be Central Time, to about noon, right? So for 8 hours, it was nothing but, you know, Scooby-Doo, Super Friends.
Yeah, I remember bits and pieces and stuff like that on a Saturday morning, but I never really got into it. You know, it was just not. I mean, the older, let's see, I remember a show that I used to watch, F Troop. Like something like that, you know. It's stuff like that. I guess the adult shows, you know, stuff like that I used to watch. I never really watched Bugs Bunny and Tweety Bird and whatever all that other stuff was. You know, I wasn't into that, I guess, as a kid. So that's why I'm confused, you know, when you said Schoolhouse Rock. Now, I remember that conjunction. I remember that song just for some reason when you said that, but I couldn't picture it, though. I don't know what it was, you know, what the picture would relay back. I just...
It's on... All you got to do is go on YouTube and put in Schoolhouse Rock.
Yeah, I'll check it out later. Yeah, sure. But it's just like well, I'm just making that point that like, if there's anybody else out there that could maybe see it my way. I just never watched cartoons, as a kid.
Here's the deal.
Oh, I sure did. But not just the cartoons, though, but I get it. But, I mean, once you actually look, you'll probably start to go, oh, yeah, I remember this, You probably saw it at some point along the way, and just never, you're just not going, like, oh, that's Schoolhouse Rock. Oh, yeah, I remember that,
Yeah. I never really, my point is I never really sat down and watched it. Now, there were a couple, like I said, TV shows I watched. I remember The Monkees. Remember The Monkees? I remember that. Stuff like that. That's what I watched, actually, when I was 4 or 5 years old. I just could not get into the animated Tom and Jerry's or Tweety Bird or Roadrunner or, all that stuff. It just bored me, I just, I'd watch it for like 10 seconds and be like, ugh, and just to go do something else,
Yeah. Things I did watch, other things that I did watch now I would assume that you guys probably know who Captain Kangaroo is.
I remember him too. Yeah, I remember him. I remember that.
I know Captain Kangaroo.
And then on our local case, we had this guy named Buckskin Bill, which, he had puppets and he would play different cartoons like Popeye and things
like that. What about
Doctor
Who?
I remember that, yeah. I love that. I loved it. I still like it.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it's still on, actually, too, yeah.
Yeah, all those British Doctor Who, Are You Being Served, the Vicar of
I got one. How about Benny Hill?
Benny Hill, yes, that too. Yep. What's the other one? Red Dwarf.
You see, back then in the late 70s or 80s or whatever, I don't know what time period you guys are talking about, but I was a kid basically in the 80s. There was no. I remember cable TV was like, there was nothing really on back then. You had very few stations. When I was a little boy, we didn't have cable until I was about like 10 years old. So we all we had was Channel 2 and Channel 8, and that was it.
Yeah, I would assume I was born in 1972. I think that's about. Lorianne, that's about the year you were born in, right? 1972? Something like that?
73. So, yeah, very close. 73.
Yeah, well, I'm around you guys. I'm around there. I'm not any older, but I'm around there.
So by the time I'm about ready to turn 12, 13 years old, we're getting into the point of where PBS was playing all the Doctor Who, Red Dwarf, Are You Being Served, all the British stuff. I grew up on a little bit of Mr. Rogers and Sesame Street and stuff like that. But most of what I grew up on was
Fraggle Rock. Remember? Did you ever watch Fraggle Rock?
Yuck. See, I just could never get into that. I just never really could for some reason. As a kid, I remember going over to my grandparents, and they'd sit me down in front of the TV, and I would be watching on the weekends. I'd be watching football, or wrestling or something. I remember Andre the Giant, or stuff like that.
I watched that too.
Yeah, I just never got into the cartoons.
I also watched a little bit of the Muppets.
See, I used to like listening too. I hung out with my great grandparents a lot when I was a little kid. So, and my great grandfather was from, the war era, World War II era, and he drove a Cadillac, and I remember his big Eldorado Cadillac, red leather seats. He had a black Eldorado Cadillac, and and he used to drive me around and everything, and he used to talk to me and just tell me stories, and I guess that's where I got into, that's probably why I do what I do now, on the Blog Talk Radio, tell stories or whatever. So that's what, so he used to just tell me things, and it was even on my mother's side and my father's side, my great-grandparents I used to hang around with, and I got the opportunity for a couple of years, I could remember, just very little, my great-great-grandmother, so that, I remember she died when I think I was like 4 years old, and, You know, so I had the opportunity to remember her face, you know, but, you know, so many people that grow up today or kids today, they don't get the opportunity to meet their great-grandparents, you know, history, you know, the history of their family and whatnot, you know, and that I took a lot from.
On my dad's side, I did get to meet my great-grandmother, my dad's mama's mama. Yeah, so, and that was, she was one of the original set that immigrated from Sicily to where they lived down in, well, you wouldn't know, a little Bayou or wherever it was, you know, when they immigrated in the early part of the 20th century.
Yeah.
Right? That's who that was. These people came over from Sicily and stuff. And it's like
my mother's side too. Yeah, they came from Italy. Yep, on my mother's side. Yep. So it was, you know, they came over and there was a different type of generation.
Right. I bet you didn't know this, and I was told this several times back in the day that when they came over, when those people came over from particularly Sicily and stuff like that, they had a choice. Okay. They could either go work on in the factory or down on the farm, right? So if they choose the factory,
they went to Ellis Island. Mine went to Ellis Island up there, and that's where they used to, and they had to check them for, I forgot what it was, the polio back then, and you know, the TB. You know, that was big back then. You know.
Yeah, and then but mine came in through the port of New Orleans.
Oh yeah.
They chose to go work on the cotton fields and the farms down here in Louisiana, and they came in through, you know, part of New Orleans, Donaldsonville, and places like that. And it's like, yeah, that's where they came in at. Now they spread, you know, got some in Texas and some in stuff like that, but that's where they came in. So yeah,
speak about women's rights back then. My grandmother. Actually, my great-grandmother, she worked in the factories during the war, and the men made them work so hard, and all the women, you know, because they were segregated. The women had to work in one section, you know, and they robbed them of all their Social Security benefits and stuff like that, because Social Security just had come out, and they kept it all. And I remember my great-grandmother having a problem. I remember this as a kid, trying to collect, because you know, they kept all that information. You know, they didn't have computers back then and all this stuff. You know, it was all done by paper. You know, and the men, the factory workers, the men who owned the factories, they robbed all the women of their benefits that they were supposed to be entitled to. You know, and I remember that was a big thing. So because women, you know, women were badly discriminated against in those days. I mean, they had to work hard, you know. It wasn't like today. It's nothing like today, you know. When they punched the clock, you went straight to work, and that was it, you know.
Yeah, they had to go in there and build the tanks and the bullets and the guns and everything else that went in. Why do you think they had the whole thing with Rosie the Riveter? You know.
Yeah, so it's come a long way, society. But yeah, so I got the opportunity to hear those stories from my grandmother and great grandmother, you know, about how they were treated back then, you know, and it was very bad. And they grew up during the Depression, you know, they were little kids during the Depression. You know, things were different. You know, Christmas time come around, they got a basket of fruit, and they thought they were rich. You know, I mean, it was, you know, or mittens. They had, you know, sewed mittens or something. That was a big thing, you know. I was like, wow, oh, thank you. They were grateful, you know. Nowadays, look at what we got today compared to then. You know, that's why my great-grandmother, I remember when she used to go into the grocery store, she'd have a little bag, her little money bag with her, and she'd pinch her pennies. I mean, everything was to the penny. She'd look at her receipt, study it, and when she got home, and, you know, and it was just, you know, the way she bought things, it was just very, very shrewd, you know, but she died, and she died with a lot of money in her bank, and I always said, look what that did for her, nothing. She never got a chance to enjoy it. You know, she hoarded everything because they grew up with the impression that, you know, we could lose it all. You know.
Well, That's how my
that's my grandparents as well. It's like they never, my grandfather, on the farm and stuff, he never had a new car, most of the furniture was older furniture that he got used or got a deal on, like, the penny pinching and the, grandma washing the tinfoil, in the sink so it could be reused. And, that kind of stuff. But I never knew my great-grandparents, though, unfortunately. Being the youngest on both sides of the family, my great-grandparents passed, so I have no memory of them, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's sad. It's sad because
I always wish that I would have been able to.
Yeah, the stories that they could have shared, and that's what I'm saying. I cherish those. And like when I used to go out to my uncle's farm when I was 10, 11, 12 years old, I used to go out to my uncle's farm out in Wisconsin. He used to call into my podcast show. Actually, he passed away in 2016, but he used to call in my old shows. And I learned a lot out there because all the dairy farmers would meet during the women would go have their tea time, and the men would meet in the barn. And they all sit around the radio, listen to Paul Harvey, and tell stories. And some of these guys were World War I veterans, and I remember them just telling me stories. And I remember one farmer, he was 92 years old, his wife was 90, and they were strong. They were stronger than me, and I was like, and they just worked their whole lives, and they, they just, like you said, they would never buy anything new. Everything was always hand-me-downs and handed down, or are you throwing that away? No, I'll take it, stuff like that. It was never, they never went to the store and bought something new, I always remember that.
My grandmother.
Yeah, I think my grandpa's TV was even used. I think, one of his friends got a new TV, and, and it was just one of those things where,
my grandfather's mother.
My being a product of divorce, a lot of it was like, my grandpa never stopped being a dad to my mom, and when my mom went through a divorce and, whatever money he had, he tried to help my mom, to help us.
Yep.
And so
family
he continued to sacrifice, for his family. And so he went without, fancy things. And of course, a lot of it was like Christmas was a big deal for me growing up. That was like we scrimped and we had hand-me-downs and we watched every penny. But Christmas was when my grandpa, saved money so that we could have a really nice Christmas, and with lots of presents and stuff to open up and things like that. And because he didn't have that as a kid growing up in Norway, and in the middle of the fjords in Norway making goat cheese, having goats and shit like that. So, for him, Christmas, like, when my grandpa died, like, Christmas was never the same because my grandpa loved Christmas. And there was the one time when he was like, I'm spoiling the grandkids, it's the one time to splurge, and, Christmas is always such a big deal.
Well, people today don't want to give like they don't like to give like they used to back then either. Just a quick example. I think Mike wants to say something, but real quick, I got to an argument actually with my pastor. Well, I don't really consider him a friend really anymore. We kind of separated ways, but he was he's an Italian and he says when your kids grow up that's it, they're on their way, they're on their own. I said, what kind of attitude is that? I said my kids will always be my kids. I said I will give them everything to the day I die. I said I'll support them if they need a place to live or come back and live when they get older. You don't cut the keys. Like he basically was telling me you got to cut the cord and that's it, they're on their own and you depart from them. I said you're a pastor. I said what kind of degenerate thinking is that? Because he's a cheap son of a gun who he's so tight. This is how tight he is. If you could fit a toothpick up his ass, you would never get it back. That's how tight he is. And I can't stand people like that. I just can't stand
I
cheapskates.
think it's a different mentality. It's kind of, my grandpa, the way he grew up, you could not do that to your family. Your family was everything. You relied on your family, to farm, to do the goats, to, chop up the firewood and, stuff like that. Like, you don't abandon your kids just because they turn 18 kind of a thing.
Yeah.
But then it was a twofold thing as well. Kids don't abandon their parents. That's the other part of it.
Yep.
And I think that's a lot what's wrong with society now is, like, kids treat their aging parents like throwaways, stick them in a nursing home or whatever and not really deal with them as they're growing older versus, when I grew up, with my grandparents' generation, we took care of each other. You don't do that to your parents until you absolutely have to. And then that's why, my sister for a while took care of my grandmother when she got, she was disabled and Alzheimer's and diabetes and congestive heart failure and everything. My sister took care of her for a couple of years till she got pregnant with my two nieces, twins. And then my mom and I took care of her, and I lived with my grandmother. And then when I went to school, when I had classes, and my mom would, come in to take care of her. And my mom and I didn't put my grandmother in a nursing home until she just, we physically could no longer do it anymore, and, just my grandmother couldn't even stand up on her own or, help us out in any way anymore. Like, she was that bad, but the point is that, we didn't treat family like they're disposable, and we took care of our parents. We took care of our grandparents, and I think that, I don't really agree with that philosophy of, you're 18, out the door you go, you're on your own, no longer obligated to help you in any way, that mentality. I think that's part of the breakdown of the concept of family. Like, that's part of it, a big part of it.
Right. Right. And look, we never put up my mama's mama in a nursing home, even though she smoked like a stack for years and years and years and decades and stuff, and she had emphysema in the end, and then she died in the late 70s. But anyway, we never put her in. We never put my dad's dad in, even though he had Alzheimer's, and we never put my grandmother in, my other grandmother, my dad's mom in. She never went in. So, and this is the Italian. That's the Italian way. Usually, is that if you don't have to put them in, you're not going to put them in until you necessarily have to. So that happened. And let me tell you a story about my great grandmother on my dad's side. She grew up, of course, in the Depression, so she had very little. So in the 40s and the 50s, when they decided, well, we're going to start one of these little Italian grocery stores, right? And so she didn't believe in banks. So instead of taking the money and putting them in, because of what they lived through in a depression, so when she would take the money in the bank that she made in from the store, right? You put it in like a strong box or whatever, and put it back behind a brick inside the fireplace, right? And it's like, okay, it's there, and it's, and they said, all the other people in the family would all ask, well, where does she keep her money? If she's not keeping her money in the bank, where does she keep her money? Well, my aunt says, well, I know where she keeps the money, and she says it's over there. And this happened after my great grandmother died, and after, of course, the store closed down or was about to close down, whatever, and they said, "Where's the money?" And it was always a thing about, well, she may take that money and bury it in a can in the backyard, right? And but again, you can see that because the grandmother grew up in the Depression.
Well, who found the money?
So,
who found the money?
Who found the money? They want to know where it was. My aunt, my dad's younger sister, she said, "Well, I know where it is."
Okay, what happened?
It was behind that brick in the fireplace.
Okay, well, what happened? Did they divide it up amongst them? I mean, what happened? Did they just take it and run with it? I mean, what happened?
I guess they divided. I can't remember what exactly they said happened to the money. I just know where it was, and they found it. That's it.
Maybe you should go back and check.
Yeah, and I think there's a lesson to be learned there too, because the whole reason why she hid that money, and the whole reason why in that area, the people that grew up in the Great Depression, they hid their money like that for a reason, and it was a good lesson to be learned, not to trust the fucking banks. Don't put your money in the bank.
Yep.
And it's like, and here we are 100 years later, and we're learning that same fucking lesson right now.
Yeah. Yep. And don't trust them in your family.
The fucking bank.
Yeah. And that's the thing. I mean, look, they ended up, the store they owned ended up becoming a house for my great uncle Tony, and all that stuff, and then the other side of the family that lived across the river from us, they started a movie theater, which they had for a while back in the 50s and the 60s. But also before that, they started a telephone company, with the old style switchboard with the wires you plug in. You've seen Laughing with what's her name when she was sitting there plugging in the wires and this, that, and the other, right?
Yeah, the switchboards. The switchboards. But you know who else are criminals?
Yeah,
the criminals, though, it's not just the banks. Just not the banks, though. Criminals are insurance companies. Insurance companies are just the biggest freaking criminals, man. Especially life insurance. Oh my God! I'm telling you, I'm going through a problem right now with my dad's life insurance policy that he left. I got the policy, everything, and they don't want to pay. They just don't want to pay. They yelled at me on the phone. We're not gonna pay. I'm like, you assholes. The lady hung up on me. I had to call her back like 9 times in a row. I got a lawyer on it now, but they just don't want to pay. $500,000. They don't want to pay it. So now I got to go through a lawyer. I got to go through that rigmarole crap, and now there was a way for a premium there. No. I got all the paperwork. Any way they can get out of paying. They've gone through every single thing they could possibly do, It's just assholes. And I'm going to tell you right now, for everybody out there, my dad worked for Quinnipiac University in Hamden, Connecticut, was associated with Yale New Haven, UNH there, Yale New Haven University, and he was what you did, Lorianne. He was an IT guy. He did all their computers for the university, and he had a group policy through the university, and of course my dad passed away last year in June, so I we're trying to collect. I'm the beneficiary on his life insurance, and they don't want to pay. They don't want to pay the assholes. A year later now, and they're assholes. They're assholes. They're criminal maggot scumbags. That's what they are. And I hope anybody that's listening will spread the word about University of New Haven, Yale, big billion-dollar university like that. With all that, you know what they charge for tuition there? You realize what they charge at Yale and Quinnipiac? It's the dollars that students have to pay to go there. And they can't pay the life insurance policy for an employee there that worked his ass off. They're scumbags, man, just pure scumbags.
education, the higher education.
That goes for pretty much any insurance company. I mean, my mom worked in insurance for 35 years or whatever, but 40 years before she retired. And it's the same deal. It doesn't matter. Auto insurance, home insurance, everything is a fucking battle. You pay. Never have an accident, never have a claim, and then something happens and you finally, have to do a claim. And it's an uphill battle every step of the way. It's just that it's such a scam, and yet we're required to have it. You have to have insurance for your vehicle. If you have a mortgage, you have to have homeowners insurance. All that kind of stuff. And it's just like, well, what's the point? I keep paying into this damn thing, but then when something happens, why does it have to be such a fight to actually get what my policy covers?
Especially life insurance. Especially life insurance, because that's emotional.
Life insurance, same thing. You can find any.
You're dealing with a death in the family.
Claim, they will.
Boy, I tell you.
Here's something else with these insurance companies that I know a guy in Florida who, of course, they've been dealing with different hurricanes and stuff like that, just like we do out here in Louisiana. But apparently, you have to have two different policies for a hurricane. You have to have wind damage and you have to have flood damage. It can't just be covered on one policy. You got to pay for two different policies down there. And that's wrong. But of course, it's the insurance companies that are doing this. If you don't have flood damage.
In Florida now, or Louisiana or whatever, they're susceptible to a lot of flooding and damage. So insurance is probably a good thing to have, but they should pay. And I can understand it probably being expensive because, look, Florida gets hit with hurricanes and thunderstorms and a lot of rain flooding, but it's good to have it because, man, your house gets wiped out. But if they're going to give you hell on paying, that's dead wrong,
Right. That's right. And as far as these higher education things, these colleges like, I don't know, the University of Texas or Harvard, Yale, Dartmouth, all these places, these places like that are rackets. They're big, huge rackets. Everybody knows that places like Harvard, Yale, Columbia, and places like that have hella big endowments, right? I mean, some of them have billion-dollar endowments, right?
Well, they got football sports programs too that rake in billions,
Right. And I'm just talking about the donations that they get. These billion-dollar endowments. I mean, for instance, I give you an example. I've heard that the University of Texas, which is not considered that good a school, but anyway, has a couple, probably about a $10 billion endowment, enough for them to pay for every goddamn student in that thing to go for 4 years, minus grad school, but go for 4 years. So, it's a big damn racket. These higher education things.
Well, I think everyone should put up a sign. I always thought of a billboard sign, with the insurance or some kind of cartoon on there where it says, insurance is only there until you need it. I mean, that's just let everybody drive by and see that.
Hey, we got Ron Reck raising his hand here in the switchboard, so I'm going to bring Ron Reck in to join the party. Hey, Ron. Happy
Good
Constitution Day.
Hello,
Good evening. How are you all?
Howdy do. What's going on?
Drug sex, and rock and roll, man.
Got an echo.
An echo?
You guys
He's
hear
playing with his soundboard.
Yeah, do you have a dual microphone, like your laptop going and your phone or something?
I don't know. Let me see. Yeah, there it is. Okay, sound better?
More of an echo?
No.
What's the problem?
You're
I don't know. You sound like you're in a fishbowl.
A fishbowl?
Yeah, haunted house.
Well, I could be in a cave, too. That could be also that,
Hey, Lorianne, ignore his ass. He's being a retard. He's playing his fucking song for it.
Not my ass, man. Really? My ass? You're going to ignore the side
God, it's really bad.
Okay.
Ron, do you want to try calling back in or something? Because, yeah.
I don't. I'm absolutely perfect. I'm perfect. There's nothing wrong with me. I am holy. I bring the power. I bring the power of righteousness.
It is even worse now. Like, I can't even make out what you're saying at all.
I am just fucking with you. That is my sound system on my mixer board. I'm fucking with you.
Oh.
I told you that, Lorianne.
You're fucking with me?
Yes.
What did I do to deserve that?
Just for the fun of it. I'm just having fun. You know me.
Again,
for a good time.
I'll say it one more time. He's being a retard.
That's right. Bona fide. I'm bona fide retarded. See,
that's
once upon a time,
insensitive. You're not supposed to say retard anymore. That's insensitive.
Oh,
no. Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I got a perfect explanation for my retardation. Because here's how it happened. Let me tell you, it's a sad story, and you might cry. Get a tissue now. Get something to catch your tears, because it's going to get bad. This is a really sad story about me when I was a little boy. See, I was diagnosed as a tard. They said I was a tard.
A turd or tard?
Tard.
Oh,
okay.
So anyway, I had to go to special schools and all that shit to help me get to deal with the tardage part of me, So anyway, these doctors, they gave me all these drugs and all this shit, and I came back around. I got healed from being tarded, okay? Well, I became a rock musician by the time I was 13 years old, and I got retarded. So now that's why I'm completely retarded now. There you go.
Retarded.
Retarded.
Master.
Yeah.
Mastard. He's the mastard of all the tards.
Master of tard. Yes, I am. I'm the leader of the tardeds.
The master of tards.
He's the king of tards.
Yeah. That's it. They wrote songs about it.
The tard master. There's the beast master, and then there's the tard master.
Tard. Let's see if we can help that out. The tard. The Democratic.
You know what, Ron? They don't know about that case you had with this guy who claimed you hurt him in your driveway.
Yeah.
Okay, stop with that echo background on your mixer.
Hey, I'll change it. I'll change it. Is that better? No?
No.
No.
Is that better? How's about that? Is that better?
Yes.
You hear me better? Okay.
Let's hear about this case.
Okay. My blood pressure can go down a little bit now.
Yeah.
Relax. Don't do it when you want to get to it. Relax. When are you going to come? Anyway, that case? Oh, that was nothing. That was a cakewalk. This is an easy case.
It was a cakewalk, but it was a big.
He used to work for me. He was my gardener, okay? And he decided, I was talking to him when he came in one morning. I said, yeah, I might change the carrier rating in my truck eventually. Eventually, not today, not tomorrow, but at some point in time, okay? Well, he decided to go out there in the driveway, which is I live in the Ozarks. I live in mountain country. Everything's got a fucking hill to it. So he decides to get up, brings my truck, and unbolt the fucking drive shaft. Well, the truck rolled over top and fucked him up. Okay? He didn't chalk the tires. He didn't put the emergency brake on. None of that.
Oh, God.
Then he went to a couple of lawyers, and they said, no, we ain't fucking with this case. First, we know who fucking Ron Reck is, and that's the last motherfucker I'm going to battle in court because it'll cost me money and probably my fucking license to practice law. So, anyway, he found a tard. He found a retarded lawyer, okay, which I knew this retarded lawyer's dad before he died, okay, which is kind of sad. Anyway, they're a professional amateur station. This guy's a fucking complete idiot. His son's totally fucking stupid. This is what happens when you're born with a silver spoon in your fucked up mouth, all right? Anyway, this guy goes ahead and files a case against me in court, okay? not specifying how much money he's trying to get and shit like that. But he asked me, do you have insurance on your property? No, I don't. Matter of fact, I didn't even own the property at the time the fucker got hurt on it, you silly motherfucker. And the guy that did it is dead. So there's another bad thing for you, bro. So they were persistent, so I got persistent, same right at him. Okay, I started nailing them all kinds of shit. I need to see, I want a copy of the discovery. I went to the court, I demanded it. And the court told him, you got to pony up, man. You got to pony up that discovery. And I say specifically in my motion, do you notice in brackets, in parentheses, there is a certain request I want. I need the toxicology report of this motherfucker. I want to know what was in his blood. I know the hospital took it because they do it to everybody that comes in on accident to see what kind of drug you're on or anything like that, because they don't want to mix drugs with a drug that will counteract the other drug, right?
Yep.
So there's a toxicology report stating whatever drugs he was on, which I knew he was on marijuana. Marijuana at the time was not legal yet. Okay? So that was a good thing in my favor at the time. So even if you do get hurt today, still, if you were on marijuana and you get hurt, you're fucked. The insurance company's got this shit covered. I mean, they do with the courts. They then bought their fucking lobbies and bought their fucking right to say fuck you. So anyway, the case went on, and I filed a couple motions, and I filed a demand motion on it, and I filed it like 2 weeks in advance. The judge jumped my ass and said I need to hire another lawyer, and I said, no, I don't. I said, Judge, you have dealt with me in court before. You know how I play, and that's how it's going to happen. I don't need a lawyer. But I did get a hold of a friend of mine, an attorney. I said, I just need your letterhead. That's all I need. Okay? Tell the stupid motherfucker he's retarded. And that was it. So anyway, I went and filed another motion for discovery, and it was the second one. And the judge, they're not showing up, they're not here. I'm going to go ahead and give you a default and have a discovery. Well, I sent him a copy of it and never heard a word out of him. Never heard a fucking word out of him. No way, no how. Called him several times, sent him emails and all kinds of shit. He even showed up at his office. Ain't I nice? I'm pretty persistent when it comes to shit like this. So anyway, finally, the court sent me a letter that the court's going to drop the case without prejudice. Okay, I mean, that's cool. Leave it without prejudice. They have no case anyway. They don't have no case. His statement was that the day before he got hurt, he came there, checked the truck, told me what was wrong with it, and that was it. Then the next day he came, unwrenched the fucking drive shaft and rolled over him because I myself came out and removed the block from underneath the tire. Underneath it. Not behind it, not in front of it, underneath it. Okay? So my question to the lawyer is, what good would it do you to put a block under a fucking tire? How's it going to stop it from rolling? You know? So, I mean, they look like total fucking idiots. I mean, this guy is fucking buried his head in shit. So, to make matters worse for them, I filed a counterclaim for $85,000 in damage to my house and to my truck, okay? Even though I know $85,000 is a lot, well, fuck, they do it all the time. So what? So, technically, I won. I won the case. I won the counterclaim because he did damage my house. He did fuck up my truck, okay? So, he owes me money. And I'll never get it. I'll never see the money. He's a lazy, sponging, motherfucker, and he's never going to ever take care of business. So, but I got that judgment. But they still have without prejudice. They can always come back on me. They won't do him a goddamn bit of good. They don't have a case, and he knows it. So anyway, that's what ambulance chasers. That's how they work. They don't care if I had homeowner's insurance on this. I would have jumped my homeowner's insurance. Don't you give them a fucking nickel. But that's what they bet on. These lawyers bet on you having insurance. That's where they go. They go strictly for the insurance companies. Guaranteed wins. They don't even have to show up in court. Anyway, long story short, I won. He lost.
So what happened? What's the end result? It's still obviously a statute of limitations on it. I mean, what's going on?
Well, the statute of limitations has way been over, but they filed before that. Okay, they filed before the statute of limitations. He didn't file this case till like 3 years after the accident. Okay, well, it wasn't an accident. It was actually neglect on his part.
Yeah.
But the whole case is dead. It's just a dead case. I won. I got a judgment for $85,000, and I'll never get the money. It ain't going to happen.
You can't try to execute it? Execute the judgment?
I could execute it all day long, but the motherfucker ain't got no money.
No.
He's one of them government benefits suckers. He sucks up the fucking government benefits.
Yeah.
He don't fucking work a job or nothing like that. Don't have a house. Don't own shit. Otherwise, he has no assets to come for. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, here I do have assets to come for. I do have things that could have came for, but you ain't gonna win it. You know.
Yeah.
First off, the other part of it too, that was not his job here. He was not employed here to actually do that type of work, any motor vehicle repairs or anything like that. His job was to take care of the fucking garden. That was it. Period. So he had no authority to touch that truck whatsoever. Period. And under the law, technically, in the state of Missouri, that would be considered trespassing because you're not allowed to do it.
Criminal trespass. Yep.
Yeah, you're not allowed to be around that vehicle. That was it. You never had permission to do it. You have to have consent for anything you fucking do on anybody's property. Without that consent, you're pretty well fucked.
And here's the case. Here's the other part of this thing. Ron Reck here is a licensed and bonded mechanic.
Right.
So and he has a shop on his land, 400, 500 yards on his land, why would Ron Reck want to try and fix his thing in his driveway when he's got his shop within walking distance? Right.
Yeah. I did change carrier bearing. I've had to fix the truck too. I mean, he didn't fuck it up because it's got a brush guard, so it didn't do too much damage. But I did fuck the wall up on the outside of the house, which was no big deal to fix. But anyway, yeah, when I did change the carrier bearing, I took it to the shop, put it up on the fucking lift, and did it. And there's a lift in there, you know. You got to jack that shit. Yeah, pull it in, jack it up, up on that lift. There you go. So yeah. So but anyway, that just goes to show how people are, man. People are always trying to figure a way of getting a fast buck. He fucked up, and he knows it. He knows he did. He even told me after we went to Kansas City Hospital every day, man. We was up there taking him money, getting him whatever he needed, trying to help the guy out. Then he turns around and tries this shit. You know what I mean? Well, fuck you, motherfucker. And see, if I want to, I can make his life completely fucking miserable. He's living in a house right now with no sewer, with a little boy. He has a son and a drugged up fucking old lady, his wife or whatever, and they don't have no proper sewage, no proper heat to the house, none of that shit. So I can be a total jack off and turn them into children family services and do that. But I don't like them either. And I just don't believe a child deserves to be punished for what the fucking his retarded dad did, you know. So I'm not that kind of person.
Yeah, exactly. Then it's more of a punishment for the kid than it is for the parent, you know.
Right.
And
kids, I'm not gonna
and then like talking about insurance companies too, you know. The other thing is not only insurance companies, is the Social Security Administration.
Oh God.
They're another one that they're gonna fuck you over. Like if you have to get disability or something. When I was taking care of my friend that got cancer and stuff, well, before cancer, he was injured on the job with his back, and eventually had like 4 back surgeries. With all of these restrictions, like, he couldn't stand for more than 10 minutes. He couldn't sit for more than 20 minutes. He couldn't bend or twist or stretch and all these things. Like, the guy could not even, like, get a job as a fucking store mannequin. You know what I mean? Like, and it was a battle to get him. He was on SSI supplemental, and it was like this huge battle to get him full disability. It was absolutely crazy. It's like, what is this? What kind of job do you expect this guy to get? And he would try to even have a part-time job, and it would screw him up even worse because he wouldn't be able to, do the job because of all of his restrictions, and he would end up fucking up his back and all this stuff, and that's because it was like this battle between workers' comp and then Social Security. And this was a battle that went on for years and years. And when he got cancer, then he finally was able to get permanent disability because he had terminal stage 4 cancer. And even that was a battle. And so that's another one of those things where, okay, you pay into this, year after year, paycheck after paycheck after paycheck, and then you and the government wants to screw you, just like the insurance companies. They want to try to deny you for reason every step of the way. And, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's like, what, that's part of this scam. Like, not only is it a scam when you retire with how little you get for your investment, you know, your whole damn working life, but then when you need it for disability, then that's an uphill battle as well. I mean, you're going to starve. You're going to be on the street, you know. You're not going to have nothing by the time you finally get approval for even supplemental disability. It's just insanity.
Well, pretty soon ain't going to matter.
Given that it's the government, they're definitely, you know, that's yet another reason, chalk it up to getting rid of Social Security entirely. And number one, it's unconstitutional. Number two, it's corrupted.
America pays into it. It pretty soon ain't going to matter anyway. The economy, the price of shit going the way it is, fucking raised out of control. It ain't going to fucking matter. It will not matter, because even if you're getting a Social Security check, you still can't afford to fucking survive. You can't afford to survive when it was fucking halfway decent with that amount of money. Now you got, after COVID, all of a sudden rent went from $350 to fucking $2,500 a month. Nobody can afford that. Nobody can pay that. You know what I mean? Especially a poor person on disability. And the real big victims is the fucking senior citizens that get it. Can't come up with enough money to pay the fucking rent. You know? It's all fucking, it's a big grab, and everybody's into it. And, you know,
Biden but then we're supposed to be happy because didn't they increase it like a whole $40 or something?
Well,
it's like, oh boy.
Yeah. But the price of gas went up over fucking $2 a gallon within the past 3 years. So where do you win? You can't. I mean, look this way. Little Debbie's, okay? I made a joke about Little Debbie snack cakes. I know everybody in the country knows about Little Debbie's, right? The fucking nutty bars, all the bullshit, the Star Crunch and all that shit. And you used to buy them like $2 a box, right? Now it's $5.99 for a small box. Okay? Now I'm just using this for an example. Okay?
Yeah, for garbage food. Like even the cheap garbage food is expensive.
Like McDonald's, exactly. But the point to be is this is going to be a fucking ringer system. It's going to wring the money right out of you. You know, the middle class are gone. They are gone. You know what I'm saying? But some of these rich motherfuckers are going to wind up poor too. It ain't going to matter. They're got to the point where they can't afford it. You have to be multi-mega buck rich pretty soon to be able to survive this. And what's going to happen, like I said before on my show, and I said it plainly clear, we're going to wind up in a civil fucking war. It's going to happen, but it ain't going to be us against each other. It's going to be us against them. Even though they want that, they want the whites against the blacks, blacks against the Mexicans, and all this bullshit, which is all set up bullshit. You know, I have a lot of black friends. I have a lot of Mexican friends. You know, I have a lot of them, and they're good people. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with them. But when it comes to that stereotypical bullshit they try to feed your fucking head, they want you to do this. This is what they want. But like
exactly. You know, it's a control thing. But you know, reigniting the race wars, you know, reigniting racial tension. That's the most successful thing that Barack Obama did. Was, you know, racial tensions are only smoldering right now. You know, the fire is going out, so we better stoke it back up again, and that's what he did. And we've been, playing that game ever since.
No.
And that's why, because so long as they keep us divided and, you know, oh, I don't like you, you're racist, blah, blah, blah. You know, then we're not focusing on who the real enemy is.
Not, sweetie, we're not divided like we were. We're not. Everybody's waking up. Everybody gets it now. You can't bullshit us no more. The internet has gave us the information we need to realize.
Oh, there's still plenty of people out there that still get wrapped up in the bullshit. That's for sure. And I do see Montana Joe raising his hand. So I think Montana Joe wants to say hi. So I'm bringing him on in.
I'm only coming on for 5 minutes, and that's it. Then goodbye.
Not even 5 minutes. Hello, fellas. Goodbye, fellas. Have a good day.
Oh, God.
How you guys
It's Sling Boy.
How you guys doing?
Thanks for calling.
Yeah, thanks for being there. I just wanted to stop by. Okay. I'm glad I said hi. Goodbye. How you guys doing?
And I'm not calling back.
Yeah, right?
Long time. He hates my show with a passion. That's what Joe is. Yeah, treats me. No respect, let me tell you. What's up, Joe?
Okay, I only got the tail end of that, but I'm thinking that he said that he doesn't come to my show, and in no respect, I'm thinking he's probably kidding around, and I think, isn't that right?
Kind of. Yeah, kind of, sort of. But you don't come.
Kind of kidding.
You know how you're used to.
No.
You used to come to all the time, but you never come no more.
Yeah,
no more.
but yeah. No, not all times of the night. No. You're on real late. I don't even go to on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. I've told people whose shows I've gone to on a regular basis that I won't be there. Yeah. And if I do show up, it's not there for a long time. So they know that. And your show, from what I understand, is on real late. So it's not nothing personal. I was there when you first started your show years ago.
My feelings hurt. I'm really having problems with it. I got to take
Yeah. I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to hurt your feelings.
A little hot.
I had to take 10 pills a day to calm down my nerves and about 40 volumes and 1 aspirin. I'm good.
Okay, good.
And I'm still crazy as fuck, Joe. So yeah, you're all right, man.
I know.
Broken-hearted, poor Ron.
Right?
Yes, I am.
I know. The whole thing, Crazy Nation Ron, is you're on real late, and on the weekends I've set aside time to do things, and like Joe was saying, I'm here for 5 minutes and he's gone, because he knows how I am, and Lorianne knows how I am too on the weekends. Now during the week, I'm always there, and I'm on for hours.
Well, but I'm on the weeknights too.
Exactly.
You never know about me. I'm unpredictable. I'm very unpredictable. Usually my usual schedule is Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but definitely I do Friday after Robert's done with his show. I'll come on after that. But you guys are really always in overtime, and I don't do it on Sundays. So Laurie, I don't.
I don't even stay on Bob's show long, and I'm part of his network.
Nobody wants to have a conflict with me.
Well, when I go to this Warren guy show, this Warren dude, what's the name of this guy's show? New Orleans something.
New Orleans
Wake
Up.
That guy. Oh,
yeah. He's still on his hate
did the
fest
right thing.
Too.
Yeah, Lorianne did the right thing.
I don't participate in him. I don't go into his chat. I don't call in. Fuck him.
Now, as a matter of fact.
He's still on his hate fest.
I called this show, but he won't let me on.
Yeah, what was it? What was he bitching? Well, see, he has a fetish with Robert. You understand? He is in love with Robert. I just know it.
Yeah, I think so.
I think that's what it is. He's just so heartbroken that Robert won't let him talk to him no more. Like that. He's been out of shape over it, But
I think
that's the case. I used to bring trolls on all the time. I'd answer the phone, bring them on, and just talk to them.
Hey, but Ron, if that's the case, if he's heartbroken with Ron, his first love had to have been Joe. Because when he came on Joe's show, and then Joe would go on his show, and and that's where, to me, that's where it first started. Now with Bob says he's in the chat, and he barely lets him on. Nobody should let the guy on who keeps talking about the same things in order to make trouble.
Yeah,
it's not even his fault. It's
everything comes from
the fault of the people who let him on.
Right, because you're feeding into him. That's what I learned about the trolls. Like I said, when I was on Perry Steele's show, you remember them days? I used to tell people, man, here's the deal with these fucking trolls, man. Here's the deal. First off, they're wanting you to react to them. But I'm smarter than that. You know what I mean? I am. I'm smarter. I would let them on. And, they tell me, well, you're a faggot and you fuck your mom and all these other things. Excuse my language. But anyway, First Amendment right. I pledge allegiance to it. But anyway, but that's what they would do. And I would say, well, my mom ain't too bad. I do her quite often, I like to keep it in the home, stick it in the family, stuff like that. So I would go along with it, instead of giving, oh, you motherfucker, don't touch my soul, don't blah, 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 blah. I said, no. Perry Steele used to feed off them. He'd get pissed off and scream at him. Like the One Angry Jew. Oh, my God, he hated the One Angry Jew. He's the one that killed that.
I told that story about the Angry Jew. Because you know about it, how he called up the house. Oh, yeah. Holy shit.
Yeah, buddy. But then you had George Sensor. He's another one that took it all fucking to heart and go fucking ballistically mad and tear for shit. That was funny. I get a kick out of it.
I like to play around with the drive-bys, and they don't come back.
Yeah, exactly. They don't. I am.
Who was that last night? Who was that last night that I got into an argument with? I told him to go to hell. About the electric cars.
Is that all? Oh yeah. Was he a drive-by, or was he just somebody who had a bad sense of information?
For yourself, I think.
I must have missed it.
Yeah, you missed it. Or you weren't. You were there, but you weren't. He was talking too much or whatever. But I think that was think for yourself or something. It was somebody.
Yeah, I think so.
So.
Well, I pissed off Jay Clark in the worst way in the world. That motherfucker has a vendetta to see me die. He wants me dead because I said Michelle Obama's really a dude in trans. That guy lost his came on fucking glued on me. Yeah.
He must have been a lover of Michelle Obama.
Oh,
he must have been sucking her dick.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that chick could palm your fucking head with her hand, so I don't fuck around, you know what I'm saying? Basketball ain't shit to her, you know? So,
look, everybody's got a show, has the ultimate power. All you got to do is just say click, and you go on with the show.
Oh, absolutely. Simple. Yeah. But I got to drag it on, Joe. Fuck, you know me, man.
Yeah, but
I got to keep going.
Unlike certain other people, like you mentioned, George Sinzer, Ron, that this guy would go off on these trolls for 15 minutes, derailing whatever show he was trying to do, because some trolls got into his head.
But he would let him get to him. That's the problem. Don't let him get to you. That's the whole idea.
That's right.
Be smarter than them. You know, that's what you got to be. You know, don't be a fucking dumbass.
Why do you have to let some fucking person you don't even know get you upset?
Exactly. Right. Senseless. Completely fucking stupid. And it makes you look more like an idiot.
Play around with them. Play around with them. Yeah, I mean, if they're irritating you, then irritate the shit out of them. But you're going to fucking argue with them? That's what
use the same shit that they're using against them themselves and fuck them up. That's what it is. Turn them into the entertainment. You know, it's like one angry Jew, because he was a master of trolls. He was a big troll of them all. And I did the same to him. I did the same to him. I did the same to Kat. I did it all to all of them. Every troll called me. And they called to actually talk to me. Finally, they realized they're not going to get through me. They're not going to piss me off. They can call me whatever they want to say, whatever they want about me. I don't care. Because it might be true. And I said, yeah, it might be.
I never found the angry Jew to be all that bad, and everybody got pissed off
smart
at him.
Guy.
You know, I just said,
very smart guy.
Okay.
But he would take a victim out. He'd pick a victim. He would. If he said some stupid shit to this guy, he would fucking rip you a new asshole. It was funny. I mean, I got off and watched this. Listen, I'd sit back and listen. I'd mute my mic and just lean back in my chair, you know, and let it go.
Oh, you don't know him, Joe. The guy was around years ago, and did I ever tell you about? Ron knows it. Lorianne, I think you may know it partially, and Joe, you may not, about the story about the angry Jew and a guy named Perry Steele. Perry Steele knew his geopolitics. He knew his foreign politics really well. Mm-hmm. But he let the angry Jew get Did you guys know the story?
Oh, yeah.
Well, Ron knows it. I mean, Ron's been around. Yeah. Ron's here because of Perry Steele. The thing is,
this was all before my time.
Okay, the guy, angry Jew, he used to like to piss off people in a subtle way, and they fell for it. So he did this to a guy named Perry Steele, who was a good host for a while. Perry Steele even said, and I said, wow, I even have nightmares about the angry Jew. And he said that. The fucking guy, he got so pissed off at the angry Jew one night, he said, I'll fix his ass. And he was drunk. The fucking don't ever do this. I think you guys have enough common sense. Fucking Perry Steele called up who he thought was the Jew's house.
Yeah.
It wasn't his house. He called up his mother and his father's house.
Yeah. At 2 o'clock
and he
in the
left
morning.
a message. He left a message on their machine. They contacted Blog Talk Radio, and Perry is not around anymore.
Right. Well, what happened with Perry? Do you remember when Perry's mom was getting sick? That's how this became. And I was listening, I called in, blah, blah, blah. Well, anyway, Perry came up with this plan. He's going to hand the keys over to his show to somebody to host the show while he's taking care of his mom, okay? And, you know, Perry's a black guy. You know, he's a black guy. Anyway, he goes, he's going to make an announcement on Friday night. So, anyway, I'm listening. I'm not thinking nothing me, you know. But, anyway, Perry goes, well, I'm handing the keys over to Ron Reck. He's going to run my fucking show while I'm gone. And I'm like, get the fuck out of town, Perry. You serious? Yeah. You're the one I picked. You're who I want to run my show. So it was Antoinette was with me. Anyway, it turned into we were the biggest number in BTR. Perry Steele Show went straight to the fucking top. There was no ending me. I mean, I had the highest numbers in Blog Talk history for about good 3 fucking months till Perry came back. Well, Perry came back. He jumped all my ass for talking to the fucking Jew and fucking cut me. So when I wasn't on his show no more, I had people sending me emails and all kinds of shit. Man, you got to get your own show. You got to do your own thing. So Ron Rex show was started. Then it turned into Crazy Nation Radio, and Crazy Nation Radio has been going for the past 14 fucking years. So there you go. Or not 14, 10 years. I've been on BTR for 14, but the show has been going for 10 years. So,
wow.
Yeah. Crazy, isn't it?
You are one of the BTR elders.
Yes, I am.
bow to the BTR elders.
Yep. Well, you know, it's
fun history.
Hobby, and it still is a hobby to me technically, but you know, I have a large following. I still have a large following. You know, you don't see a bunch of them in the chat room, but they're still listening to the show. So, you know, that's cool. And that's how I'm getting much money.
I still remember the troll that would call in once in a while to some of the shows. You remember Montana Joe, the "Can you bend over and lick your asshole" guy, right?
Oh yeah.
This guy would call in, of course, always using a Skype number or whatever, so we never knew, you know, who it was. And he would, you know, start talking like reasonably, you know, and engaging in conversations, and then all of a sudden he would pull, you know, like a rabbit out of a hat. You know, by the way, you know, can you bend over and lick your own asshole? And it's just like, oh God, here we go.
And he wasn't the worst of the trolls either. But the thing about him was that what got me, I mean, to say that and then he would leave. He would actually stay on for like, I don't know, 15, 20, 35 minutes or so until the host let him on. Then he would stay on the air, acting like a civilized person for about 15, 20 minutes. So that means 45 minutes waiting and on the air, and then to pull off a 10-second joke and then leave. So I'm saying to myself, this guy has nothing better to do than to wait 45 minutes of his time. Oh, no. Tony. Oh, that guy, Tony? Oh, shit. Tony Talk? That guy.
No, not
that
Tony
guy,
Talk.
That guy
Tone.
showed. Jesus. Tone. I don't know him, no.
No, Tony Talk's an asshole. Me and him, he hate each other. I can't. Him and J-Bo and all them jerks. I've had it out with them so many times. I mean, they crank call me. They call my personal number, harassing the shit out of me. I mean,
they got a personal thing for you. I've been to that show because when you started talking about Tony Talk, and then you said that this is the guy that impersonates voices, I knew right away then who you were talking about. So I went to the show. And then he's got a Wikipedia, a wiki quotes or something. Yeah, he doesn't like you at all.
Yeah. He's got a Wikipedia about me. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought I was bad. I thought when people made an hour show just about me, I thought, Jesus, fuck, what's wrong with these people?
He made several shows about me.
No shit. Oh,
wrap-up show.
Guy.
It's called the Joe Gibson wrap-up show, you know? Oh, yeah.
Well, that's what this goddamn one dude here is doing against Robert, you know, that fucker New Orleans guy, Warren. I mean, every time I see a show posted, it's all about, you know, CNN. It's always about that, you know. I'm like,
really?
Yeah.
You know what I've seen?
Yeah, he keeps, and he recycles them and he rebroadcasts them. Like, he is on this vendetta that's all his show is about now, is attacking Robert's show, Conservative Nation Media, and Vincent's show, Black by Color Only. And he's all about that now. That's the only thing. He goes on vacation. So before he goes on vacation for a month, he dedicates like a whole week to attacking CNN, you know, Robert's show. And then he comes back, and now he's, you know, picked up the baton, and now he's attacking Vincent. It's like, really? Like, this is the kind of psychosis of somebody that you're dealing with. It's like, you get back from vacation, and you're going to continue, like, having your whole show be all about attacking somebody else's show. You know, like, I can't imagine that I would think that a lot of people would be turned off by that. Like, okay, this is old already. Move the hell on. But this is why I won't bring him on my show. That's why he hates me, because, I'm like, nope, I gave him a couple chances, and I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to bring him on my show.
I've been trying to get him on my
no
show.
way. You're not welcome here.
Really?
This is my house. You're not
this
welcome.
Guy will not come on my show. I've invited him. I've said sit in the chat room on his show. Why don't you come on my show sometime and explain yourself, and we can just have a great conversation together.
He's not going to do that, Ron.
But
he's not going to do that.
I'd explain. Then one time I said in the chat room, "Why are you such a pussy? Are you a little twat? You scared of me or something? Am I a bigger dog than you? What's your problem? Come on, tell me.
He's not going to do that. The reason.
Why not?
The reason he lives for Block Talk Radio is to get negative attention. Now, I don't see his shows attacking Robert. I see his shows attacking black people who are conservative.
Well, I'm looking for free advertising, so that's what I'm saying, Jerry. I'm looking for free advertising.
Well, I don't know if you want to be on. Well, I guess you can want to be on it. I don't know how many people listen to his show anyway.
About 20.
I was the only one there. I was the only one in the chat room. But I just wanted to get this guy's goat.
It's just like George Sinzer. Nobody listens to his show. At one point, it was just
He's
me
not even on
and.
PTR anymore. He's not
did you check out Lorianne? Did you check out the Odyssey link I sent you?
I haven't yet, no. Because it wasn't. I think you sent that to me like not too long before my show was going to start, and then I was talking with my best friend, so I haven't listened to it yet. It's like a 2-hour long.
I've been attacked. I guess I just found it actually. I guess last month they did a big thing about me on the Odyssey, the white supremacists, that new blood drop group out there, or whatever. Or, I don't know what the hell they call themselves, skinheads or something. I guess they did a big thing about me or whatever. So,
why would they do anything about you?
Oh, I'm a federal informant. I'm. They just assholes, man. Really, white trash. That's all they are.
My God! I think I'm gonna die. I think I'm done. It's over for me. Oh, my fucking assistant's trying to kill me. My fucking assistant just got back from vacation. Let the motherfucker on vacation. He comes back to kill me. Oh my God, this fucking hurts. You wouldn't believe what this guy did.
What the fuck are you talking about,
I trust with everything.
Yeah, where'd this come from?
I have an assistant.
Yeah.
I have an assistant, okay? Because, I'm a famous guy, you know what I mean? Anyway, this motherfucker goes on vacation to Iowa or Idaho to hang out with a group of these fans of salty pepper or salty cracker, some shit like that. Some
salt and pepper?
Salty cracker is what it's called.
Oh, salty cracker.
Anyway, I'm coming back from Arkansas, and he calls me on the phone. He says, "Hey, boss, what are you doing?" I said, "I'm heading back home." He's cool. I'm on my way there. I'm on 65 out of Springfield. He goes, "I'm on my way to your house." I said, "Okay." He goes, "I got you a present." I said, "Yeah, what'd you get me?" He goes, "I got you 100 fucking pack of White Castles." I said, "You dirty motherfucker." So anyway, he bought me 100 White Castle hamburgers. On the old.
Oh, hamburgers, yeah.
Right, 100 of them. Brought me a case of those fuckers, So anyway,
God, those things are disgusting.
I love them because they're that nasty. I love them.
Yeah, I figured you loved them if you got 100 of them. But
oh yeah, and then when you smell the aroma after you cook them in your gut and they come out your anus.
If somebody gave that to me, I'd be like, "What did I do? Is this punishment or what?"
I would recycle them fuckers. I would recycle that because I would lick my asshole to recycle them, but I'm not going to do that. No.
Well, I guess we don't need the troll.
Yeah, I just got them talking about the "can you bend over and lick your asshole" guy, and then that's what reminded him of the White Castle. I get it.
I just felt like a rock just hit my stomach, so I just got to eat before I came on. I'm like, oh, fuck, here comes the gas problem. Fuck. It's already starting.
Oh, God.
But licking the asshole kind of, like that. So, recycle, green plants.
Oh, you recycle. Oh, good. That's good, Ron.
Yeah, you want to check out that link, Joe? You want to check it out? I'll have Lorianne send it to you if you want. If you want to check it out, I don't know. It's up to you. Or you just look it up on Odyssey. Lorianne, if you don't mind, if you can email that to Joe, please, or send it to him whenever you get time. Of course.
She can text it. Yeah, she can text.
When I get back to my laptop, I have it open in a tab to watch, and
Me too.
I can forward that on.
Everybody wants to see it. Everybody wants it. God damn it! Then spread the love.
Oh, Ron Reck wants it too, Lorianne.
I know.
Okay,
Ron wants it.
I've had COVID. I've had
with his White Castle. No, don't send it. Lorianne.
White Castles.
Lorianne, don't send it to him. Send him a link to 3 White Castles. Okay.
I call it White Asshole. That's White Asshole to everybody. That's the name of it.
Oh boy.
And I'm gonna tell you what. You want to talk about fucked up economy? I asked him. I said, Randy, my brother, how much do I use for this case of White Castles? You don't worry about it, boss. I love you. You're a good man. You've been taking care of me for all these years. I said, okay, what's up? You're gonna poison me, motherfucker. You send me some poison in the castle. You load them with fentanyl. He goes, no, I ain't gonna let you die, motherfucker. You're gonna suffer with the rest of us living. I said, thanks a lot. What a friend, you know. So anyway, he goes, they're damn near $1 a piece now. $1 a piece.
They used to be what, 39 cents, right?
15 cents.
Wow.
Yeah. Fuck, we're talking back in the 70s, man. It was 15 cents a burger. Then when I was in high school, I think they were like 35 cents. You know?
Unreal.
Yeah, I mean, you want to get a cheap piece of ass Wednesday nights. White Castle for dinner, bargain night at the fucking movies, and he's in like Flint. He didn't spend over $5 fucking. He's good to go. You know what I'm saying? That's how cheap I am. But anyway. Yeah.
Nice to know, Ron.
Yeah. Well,
you wouldn't want to date me.
Money, you know. The big MF word, MF, motherfucker. That's what most people say when they get their paychecks. When they get their paycheck, that's the first word that's coming out, motherfucker. Yeah, but hey.
Don't think you wouldn't want to date you, Lorianne, because he's been dating Nancy Pelosi for years, right, Ron?
Oh, don't you talk about my sweet thing. Don't you talk about it.
Oh, God.
Me and Nancy
No wonder you like White Castles.
Well, yeah, and I love all them flavor ice cream she has in her refrigerator. And she does it for the children. You know?
Yeah, $20,000 refrigerator for the kids.
Exactly, for the children, you know? Let me fuck you up.
Yeah, literally, for the kids.
Yeah, for the children. She always says that. I'm like, Nancy, come on, honey, you ain't doing no good. It's
like
old
Hansel and Gretel. Like Hansel and Gretel, but instead of putting the kids in the ovens, he puts them in their big fucking refrigerator.
Yeah. Well, you know the two biggest lies a politician says, don't you? You know the biggest lies a politician says? The check is in the mail and I won't come in your mouth. Oh, that's the wrong one. I'm sorry. I'll lower taxes and get more jobs. So there you go. Should be all 3 of them. You know, the check is in the mail. It won't come in your mouth. I'll lower taxes and bring more jobs. Perfect.
Hey, where's Sarge tonight?
You got hot.
He's in the chat room.
Oh, he is. Okay. Yeah. Hey, Sarge.
He's in the chat room. He might be.
I'm away from my computer, but I got like 4 type numbers just kicking back listening and haven't raised their hands. So Sarge could be one of them. I don't know.
I raised my hand. I raised my finger, and it worked.
Well, Sarge is the smart one, not coming into this conversation talking about, hey, I'm licking your asshole and come in my mouth.
Well, that licking the asshole, does that also include the nut sack too? I mean, can you lick a nut sack too while you're licking your asshole?
Of course, you're not doing your damn job if you ignore the nut sack.
You got a double split there, so you can get both at the same time. Yeah. Double penetration.
Where's the drive-by when you really need one?
No, yeah. The conversation is going the way I did not foresee, but that's all right.
Yeah.
You're inviting me to come to your school. That's the first thing to have me with you.
We started out with a nice moral conversation about family.
Then Ron Rex showed up.
Yeah.
Them days are over.
Yeah.
But me.
He wrecked it.
It's all Ron's fault.
Yeah. I got to take a breathing treatment right now.
Hey, we got somebody else to blame now instead of Montana Joe for a change.
That's right.
Are you putting on him?
Oh, my God. Jesus, help me, Lord. Jesus Christ. Fetty oxygen. God damn.
I want Gunslinger to come on. I'm hoping that Gunslinger will show up because I wanted to talk about like the Hunter Biden, firearms charges and stuff as a topic, but I don't want to have that conversation without Gunslinger. It wouldn't be the same.
Well, I don't think it's right. I think it's wrong what they're doing to him. Well, those gun charges.
Anyway, he said he's either in one of two places, Lori and Gunslinger. If he's not here or in Ron's show, he said in one of two places. He's either at Walmart or at the Titty Bar. Oh God! Right, Ron?
Yeah. Well, hey, you know what? Hey, I could do something now. Check this out. Watch this. This is new technology I got. It's really fucking cool. Watch this thing.
How do you self-mute your phone? How do you self-mute your phone? I always wanted to know that.
Self-mute it? Turn the motherfucker off.
Yeah, how do I say if I want to mute myself right now, how do I do that?
Yeah.
Well, you're on a cell phone, right, Joe?
I'm on my, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I mean, right now, if you're on a cell phone, there's an icon there that you can press, and it'll mute yourself so that you don't have to.
It looks like a microphone.
All right, what's the icon?
Mm-hmm.
It looks like a microphone with a little flash through it,
Gunslinger.
Little microphone icon when you're in your
I'm on a landline phone, a cordless phone right now. I'm on a landline.
Oh, you're on a cordless? If you don't have a button...
Oh, your cordless phone should have one, too. My cordless phone has a mute button.
If you don't have
right underneath the dial pad.
Then you won't. Then you don't have it. I have a phone.
All right, I'm gonna try it right now. Hang on.
Well, hey man, I'm sorry to bother you, but anyway, I'm on another show on PTR. If you fancy on it, it's the Lucifer Libertarian show. Lucifer Libertarian. Yeah, you can't miss.
Okay, Ron Rack.
Libertarian. That's one.
I don't know which is worse. Is Lucifer Libertarian or Lesbian Libertarian better? That's a conundrum.
I think Lucifer Lesbian Libertarian.
Lesbian Libertarian is what Warren wants to call me.
I can't really hear clearly.
That's a good one.
I think it's the Lesbian
I like that one.
Lucifer Libertarian show.
The Lucifer Lesbian Libertarian
show. Lesbian. Yes, Lucifer.
Try to say that 3 times quick.
Fuck, might as well. Fuck, don't stop now. Baby, I'll see you there, bro. All right, bye. I called him on the phone. He just came from the Titty Bar and Golden Corral. So he's
cool.
Christmas turkey.
I'm going to bring Pianki on. Pianki's raising his hand and so forth. So we're going to bring him on in. Hey, Pianki, happy Constitution Day.
Yeah, I was trying to eat and listen to that conversation about the licking. I had to cut you down a little bit. Kind of remind me of the days we used to go around stomping water bugs just to hear them snap.
Uh-huh.
But the White Castles, we called them belly bombers.
Yes, sir.
And I remember when they were 6 or 8 cents a piece.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, used to be.
And if you didn't like somebody, if you didn't like somebody, you take a White Castle and put it in their back door jam. And after a month, they'd be wondering, what the hell is that smell?
Yeah. And the funny thing about a lot of people don't know why they smell the way they do when you fart them, okay? Because you're going to fart White Castle. There's no way around it. You're just going to do it. But here's why. A lot of people believe, it's the onions they put on it. Well, guess what, folks? Them ain't fucking onions in the first place. They're not. They're dehydrated cabbage. Get it? The cabbage is in the onion family. A lot of people don't know that, but it is. So that's what they use. You may think it's onion.
Yep. And then Montana Joe just dropped. Montana Joe, I think he had his fill of talking about White Castle parts.
Well, we're
oh, no, not this again. Oh, God, I'm out of here.
Well, up there. As a matter of fact, I've seen St. Louis is now #1 rated, highest crime rated city in the United States now. Ain't that nice? Back to that. We were the #1 before, then Chicago took it over. But we got it back apparently in St. Louis. Lovely. And they said, was it 65% of the population of St. Louis has left the fucking city?
Well, Portland I think Portland leads the nation in exodus now. Yeah, they're like really concerned because, of course, they're not going to be getting as many taxes and stuff like that and revenues in. Lots of businesses losing revenue and stuff because Portland's going to shit and so many people are fleeing from Portland. It's like another.
A lot of your liberal cities are going to shit.
Fleeing California has now led to fleeing Portland.
But I'm saying the liberal cities, people can't fucking deal with it.
Liberal cities are going to pot. St. Louis public schools is down about 19,000. I remember when it used to be over 100.
Right.
They got his first black female mayor, Tashara Jones. I know her father, Vervis Jones. He was the first black comptroller. And she's just ridiculous. She wants to suspend the Second Amendment in the city and all that crazy mess.
Speaking of Portland, I gotta try to bring up a video. I think I had posted it, I think, in the group chat with Donnie a little bit ago. I gotta try to find it. But it's like only important. So it's a video of this bicyclist ends up running into a naked man in downtown Portland, and it becomes a brawl. It's like the funniest shit to watch. Mr. Bicyclist with his helmet on and stuff, and then like the naked dude comes running out, and they start battling it on the sidewalk. And then we gotta wonder why Portland is like people are fleeing Portland. Like this is the kind of shit that happens. I gotta try to find that video and put it in the chat as well. Yeah, you gotta watch it. It's funny as shit.
Hey,
like,
Montana Joe.
A day in the life of Portland.
Montana Joe, you remember we used to be on the radio a long time ago, BTR, and there was this lady used to call in from Hawaii. You remember her?
He dropped.
He dropped. Yeah.
Montana Joe dropped right when we got into the White Castle part.
It was a lady used to call in from Hawaii with a sweet voice, and I think he was heads over heels. But I wonder if her house got burnt out in the recent wildfires there in Maui. I don't know.
There's a lot of controversy over that fire, isn't there?
Yeah, it is.
They dropped the. That's another thing. Yeah, they dropped the death count by a few. So not as many people died. I think that's a total and complete lie. But I'm just saying. They dropped it by a few people. I think they're totally downplaying the whole Maui thing, big time. Are you there?
Yeah, it seems. Yeah, it does seem. kind
okay,
of a weird,
good. I didn't know if my phone decided to go crazy on me.
Nope, Gunslinger made it. Gunslinger's here.
Gunslinger.
Okay, Joseph Gibson, what are you putting in there? Okay, yeah, citizenship versus corporate slave citizenship. Yeah, know all about that good shit. I do. I used to, when I first got out doing these shows, my biggest bitch was the birth certificate. I always bitch.
Yeah, well, my birth certificate is pretty much wrong. Because back when I was born, my physical birth certificate, which I no longer have a copy, it disintegrated long ago. But my original birth certificate, my first name is Lori-Ann, all one word, no middle name. But so I went to get a copy of my birth certificate, and of course it comes back with Lori, middle name Ann. And so that's like my Social Security card, everything. So my corporate United States legal name is Lori, middle name Ann. all because back when I was born, they apparently, couldn't put a hyphen in the first name. And so my legal name has been incorrect my entire life. It does not reflect my actual first name given to me by my mother, that listed on my original birth certificate, that I did see, before it disintegrated, because it just got too old, So I wish I still had it so I could prove it, but then you could barely read it anyway because it was just so, it was so old and warped. But yeah, so now it'd be like a complete headache for me to actually, I have to pay to get my name corrected, a legal name change, and then go through Social Security to get a, new Social Security card to reflect what my name is actually supposed to be, and I just never wanted to bother with it. So there you go. There's the incompetence of government for you, and my issue with birth certificates, because my birth certificate is not correct.
Well, believe it or not, that's much the case with a lot of people. They go through their young life and they get to the point where they need a copy of their birth certificate and find out, God damn, this is my name?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and then I do have a Skype caller raising their hand. I'm wondering if it might be Sarge. So let's go ahead and find out who we got on the line here. All right, Skype number, you're on. Who do we got?
It is indeed, because I called in earlier, but the folks across the road from me, a very elderly couple, needed some help with something, so I had to go across the road to help them out. So I missed just about all the show. I don't know what you've been talking about. I'm coming in late, but I can offer a couple items, a couple tidbits, chit-chat. Well, Sarge, you missed the scintillating talk about hamburger parts. Right, Gloria? Hamburger. Did you say hamburger?
White Castle hamburger parts.
Bullshit,
yes.
Bullshit. We were talking about
very political. We had a big
Chicago.
debate about it.
Oh, man, White Castle and Chicago go together like ham and eggs.
That's the shit, ain't it?
I swear to God, man. Like 2 o'clock in the morning, we got the munchies. Man,
Oh, yeah.
ain't nothing better than White Castle.
You fucking know it, especially been drinking fucking 8 straight.
Oh, tell me
There's a better way to go out.
Just
Next
buy a
morning
whole
you're going to
bag
hate
of
yourself
them
and
damn
commit
things
suicide.
and down them like cookies.
Yeah, buddy.
I swear, and nothing tastes quite like a White Castle hamburger. I don't know what it is. They grill them with the onions and whatnot. I don't even like onions. But they put it together.
Cabbage, man. The onions are cabbage.
Well, I don't know what they do.
Hey, Sarge, your phone was messed up again.
Uh-oh. Here we go again. All right, hang on a second. Let me try this here. Hold on a second. Okay, how about now? Does that sound better?
There you go.
That's better.
All right.
Hey, you remember Leon? You remember Leon Spinks?
The
who can forget Leon Spinks, man? The man that it was like a Cinderella story, defeating Muhammad Ali for the heavyweight championship.
Yeah, I remember. But there used to be a White Castle down on Shoto Avenue downtown, right across from the projects where he stayed in. And see, back in them days, you could go order your order and didn't have to pay for it before the order came. Well, Leon Spinks, now this is what they say. His groups used to go in there, order, snatch their bags, and run back across to the project. Thus, they stopped doing that and made you pay before you put your order in or got your order.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, some folks keep you from having nice things. But maybe Leon Spinks straightened out. Maybe Leon Spinks straightened out after he joined the Marines. You know, he was a Marine, you know.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, Leon, that was quite a character, man. It really was, man. Anyway, have you heard that there's a bill being introduced in the Congress to fine the 85,000 lost unaccompanied minors who vanished after they crossed
the Rio Grande border. Have you heard about this?
I haven't heard about it.
Mm-mm. Well, I mean, the guy who was the inspiration for that movie, Sound of Freedom, the former Department of Homeland Security agent who exposed much of what was going on the border with all those people. But Representative Chris Smith from New Jersey has introduced a bill demanding that the Biden administration account for these 85,000 unaccompanied minors who came to the attention of Border Patrol and ICE, and now they don't know where they went. He called his legislation Safeguarding Endangered Children, Unaccompanied and at Risk of Exploitation Act of 2023, or the Secure Act of 2023, and I think it's about goddamn time. Now, we know these people aren't supposed to be here. We know they're supposed to be deported, but we cannot allow them to be sex trafficked, enslaved, abducted, and God knows what. This country has a moral obligation to them, whether they're illegal aliens or not. Protect them, find them, and then deport them. But damn it, you can't let this go on in this country. You just can't. But this corrupt, evil, hideous, degenerate administration is allowing human trafficking and slavery to go on right under our noses.
Mm-hmm. Now, speaking of Sound of Freedom, did you know that Tim Ballard, he's the guy that the Sound of Freedom is based on, he is actually running to replace Mitt Romney, because Mitt Romney isn't going to be running anymore.
That would be great. That would be great. After all, it is Utah, and a guy like him has the possibility of getting elected. I mean, a lot of Utahnians actually think Romney was conservative. I don't know how he managed to fool them into thinking he was conservative, but they do. They think he's conservative for some reason. And maybe if they get this guy running, he'll be able to.
Wouldn't that be interesting if Tim Ballard, and he has enough, he could actually, win. I mean, his name is out there now. There's name recognition. People are familiar with his work, and and Romney is such a corrupt motherfucker. It's not even funny. So I mean, I think that would be, I think that would be awesome if Tim Ballard runs like he's considering and replacing Romney. That would just be awesome.
Well, he's got a good shot at it because the incumbent, Romney, obviously is not going to run. And so whoever he runs up against is not as likely to have the same sort of name recognition that Ballard has. So I think, you're right. I think he has a good shot of getting it. But remember, though, these kids were released from the Department of Health and Human Services Office of Refugee Resettlement. The United States had them, acknowledged them, and apparently did not ensure these minors were being released to secure custody of a guardian or an adult or a member of the family.
Yeah, I mean it's a pretty monumental fuck up to lose track of 85,000 kids. And I'm going to go ahead and bring Gunslinger on. He is raising his hand in the switchboard, so I'm going to let him in to join the party. Gunslinger! Happy Constitution Day!
Yeah, it's Constitution Day. Yeah, yay. Wait a minute. Now, are we talking about the United States Constitution, or are we talking about Mexican?
What was that? What were you saying?
United States Constitution.
Or the Mexican.
There's some good things in that Mexican Constitution I'd like to adopt for ours, because they don't put up with illegal immigration in the Mexican Constitution. Hell, you can't even own land if you ain't an American citizen. I mean, a Mexican citizen.
Well, you know that this weekend is the Mexican celebration of Independence Day. Mexican Independence Day.
Man, that's going on all week long, man.
Yeah, all week long.
On the news, man. Didn't you see my friends and my brothers on the news, man? We're taking over, man. We're taking over the city, man, because we know me and some Chicanos, man. We're going to take over the city. We ain't going to take this shit for these motherfuckers, man. We got to make over, man.
We're going Taco Bell, man. Taco Bell, man.
Yeah, man.
Have you not heard of La Mecca?
I don't want to run through the border, man. I run away.
Hey, have you not heard of the La Mecca organization? and La Raza. That's what they'd like to do. They'd like to reclaim all that territory they lost in the Mexican-American War.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
What is that new thing? What is it? La Raza? They think
La
that they
Raza
own...
and La Meca.
That's it. Yep, there you go. Yep. I think they
Yes,
still own
sir.
So fucked, ain't we?
They think
We're
the United States stole it from them.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, they act like Mexico didn't sign the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo or something, and they think the U.S. stole it from Mexico.
Yeah.
Yep. You know what La Raza means, don't you? It means
race.
The race.
The race.
Yeah.
Yep. Sure do.
And we ain't talking about Spaniards either. We're talking about Incas, Indians, Aboriginal people. That's who they're talking about.
Okay, Sarge, I'm looking at who's running in that race in Utah for his seat, and I don't see the Sound of Freedom guy on the list. The guys I see on the list, a guy named Tyrone King, Gabriel Lobo Blanco, Trent Staggs, who's a MAGA guy, who's a MAGA candidate, and Brad Wilson. So,
well, I think people are talking about drafting him. I think people are talking about drafting him into the position. I agree with you. I haven't heard him say he's going to do it, but people are talking about trying to get him into the race. I think that's what Laura Ann was referring to.
Right. Because, if he's in there, he's in there. If he's not in there right now. So.
Yeah, he hasn't officially, announced that he's going to run, but he is said to be seriously considering it. So he's not in the race yet, but I think he should go for it.
A lot of people want to draft him. So if he's going along with it and he gets a significant push from the public to announce, then he's likely to get into it.
And here's the deal, though. The reason why
then maybe we'll actually have somebody in the Senate that's actually willing to, look for these 85,000 kids, find them, and be able to track them, as well as actually screening the people these kids are going with. These these supposed foster families that are actually traffickers. And, they'll foster several of these migrant kids all at the same address. And then, once somebody actually goes to that address, they find that it's like an abandoned building. They have no idea where these kids actually are. That's the kind of stuff that's happening. It's the Child Protective Services and, stuff like that. They're part of the game, they're part of the system for this trafficking, and somebody's got to make it a priority to clean this stuff up, man. Somebody's got to put a wedge in this whole apparatus.
Yeah, well, maybe maybe he'll put some strong measures in to actually shut down and secure the border, if necessary, with federal troops to stop the invasion.
Yep. Well, that's the biggest one is that what is it, the kids deal? That's where all the pedophilia is. Okay, that's the main. Where do you think all those kids go? Thousands of them go missing every year. Where do you think they go? They're sold on the black market.
They're going into the sex industry. They're going into labor trafficking. They're going into everything like that. That's what they're there for. We know where they're going. We know what type of activities they're going into. We just have to find them.
If there was a tax on fucking, this human labor shit, or human trafficking, right? If there was a tax on it, you would never hear about it.
Oh no, you never hear about it. Hell no, you're not going to hear about that stuff.
They don't give a fuck what you do. That's the way it works, man.
Look at Epstein Island, pedophile island. Yeah. They had girls probably 8, 9 years old. That's too old. that's too old. You're used up by then, and they just throw you out there in the ocean.
Yeah, we have some really elite, rich clientele that they only like 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds.
Yeah.
Once they're 7 or 8, then they're too old. Got to discard them. And then just then that's when you hand them over to the adrenochrome makers. Once a kid is too old for the really sick fucks, then get the adrenochrome out of them and harvest their organs. Hell, that is a China.
You heard what Mel Gibson said about Oprah Winfrey and a couple other people in Hollywood. I mean, these people are turning a blind eye to it, enabling it, participating in it themselves. And this corrupt, degenerate administration is helping to enable all of it.
Yep. Yeah, they go right along with it. Absolutely.
I would not be surprised to find out that, the 1,200 acres in Maui that Oprah owns, if there's like fucking lava tubes under that property, so, they make it into tunnels to, traffic children in and stuff. I would not be surprised one bit because, that might be why it's such ideal property. There's a whole bunch of underground tunnels and lava tubes for traffic children.
They need to subpoena the architects and engineers who built those places and ask them what they put there.
Are you saying Oprah Winfrey is involved with these kind of things?
Yeah, I don't know if she is or not, but I know one thing.
Yes,
I believe that she could be. I have no direct evidence that she is. But if you want to ask me, would she be willing to turn a blind eye to it or worse? Hell yeah, I think she'd probably be the type to do it.
Okay, well, here's a good question. It kind of really puts that into more of a perspective for me on that. Why is it she's never married Studman, or what the fuck his name is? What a name.
Man, you know why. Studman was her beard. She's a lesbian. Studman was her beard. The lesbian.
Yeah, okay.
That's what I've never met.
I guess she didn't think that would play well with the suburban moms of the time when she was coming into her ascendancy. And now all of a sudden being a lesbian is something that's supposed to be so doggone great and so goddamn progressive, and I guess she thinks now it's too late to try to rebrand herself.
Well, that
could be. Joe Gibson, you were trying to address me.
Oh, okay. I just want to say, Laura, when if everybody wants to check Lorianne, you'll love this. This is straight for, I guess, you're libertarian, so this is kind of pretty much up your alley about this. This is pretty much explains not what we were talking about last week with me and Sarge, with the being free or with the Republican, but this is more of a outside the scope of that. I mean, it's like 4 minutes long. So whenever you got time or whenever everybody's done with their conversation, I want to play it for everybody. I mean, this really clears up really what Bianchi needs to hear this really too, because it declares. I mean, I just don't know how to explain it. I don't want to ruin it, but it's about 4 minutes and 22 seconds long. So whenever you get time or whenever you get a chance, I want to play it for everybody.
If you send me the link, I could upload it as a clip real quick too and play it.
I don't know
if you're able to play it and the sound is okay.
Yeah, I can play it with the sound, because I don't have it where I could share it. I'd have to share, because then you have to. I could send you the link, but then you got to find the video in it, and it would take you, and then it would just take longer.
Oh, I hear you. Okay.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Go ahead. Yeah, let's play it.
All right, you want to play it real quick? All right, everybody. This is pretty good stuff. So it's pretty much what we're facing today. All right, here we go.
University Status Correction Course. What is our current status within the public venue and jurisdiction, and why might we wish to correct it? What will one achieve by walking through and completing the status correction course? In short, status is everything. Without status or standing, we have no capacity to effect change for ourselves or within our society and world. As things stand today, by an incremental and insidious process engaged for over 200 years, Americans and all other nationalities have been placed into a position, and have tacitly accepted the position, of being nothing more than indentured servants and slaves to a corporate machine that is intent on owning and controlling the world. That same system, in its lust for power and control, is in the process of destroying virtually everything in its path. Is this the world you wish to leave to your children and generations to come? Or do you wish to be part of the solution and change this madness? Have you been frustrated by years of banging your head against the proverbial wall in attempting to discharge debt, or follow processes such as the so-called secured party creditor, only to find that it was another dead-end street with empty promises, another failed attempt to achieve that elusive mountaintop of freedom and sovereignty? Well, the reason none of it has worked so far is that we lacked status, standing, and capacity. Without that, we can affect nothing, and we are fooling ourselves if we think we are free or that we have achieved something real. Therefore, we are pleased to announce the completion of the study, research, trials, road tests, and integration of the Pantera de Oro PCA status correction course available to the private members of our society. The course will provide the tools, education, and specific processes and templates to convert your status to that of a free living being. What is necessary to achieve this is the complete severance of the contracts and private structures that bond and bind us to perpetual debt. A being in debt is not free. They are indentured by definition and are bankrupt, and a bankrupt has no standing. Without standing, you have no status and cannot state a claim. Without the ability to state a claim, you cannot claim a free hold on the soil, substance, and land of our country. Therefore, by all definitions in law and historical constructs in this world, you are nothing but a landless peasant, a serf that will toil the rest of your life for your master, who will hold all the equity, the substance, and the capacity to do with such as he will, for his own account and for no one else. In the status correction course, you will learn the history of how this world predicament came about. You will come to understand the underlying root cause in history, law, and contract jurisdiction of how this was achieved and how it can be undone permanently and completely. Once undone, you will have standing, status, and capacity, and from that point forward, you can effect real change in this world.
All right, that's pretty much it right there. So what do you think about that, huh? Because it's all free right now with all this stuff. What they're saying. I've just been studying it now for the last hour, but I figured that 4-minute clip right there would pretty much what we've all been talking about. You know, common law and breaking away from the jurisdiction of this new world order and these fangs that they've got into us. You know, these bankers, these international bankers, and you know we talk about money and stuff like that. So you know, I know you guys know what I'm talking about. So what do you think?
Very interesting.
Well, you know,
like, where do we find that? Where do we find like these courses that it's talking about?
Well, it's not really a course. Well, I can send you the link, the website. I remember. Let me just say this. I remember there was a couple of people I knew years ago back with the Restore America plan. I remember it was back in 2008, 2009, and there was a guy that did exactly this. He figured out how to unlock all this stuff around the world, just like your birth certificate, stuff like that, but he got on the bigger scope of it, like this video was talking about, and he knew how to do it, and he set up a website, and they came to his house in 2 suburban vans and told him, you take that website down right now, or basically they were going to kill him and his whole entire family. And basically that's what they were going to do. And this guy, I'm talking about, this guy was a down guy. I mean, he was smart, and he was a veteran, and he was a patriot, and let me tell you something, this guy was so freaking scared when he was talking to me on the phone. He goes, Joe, I'll tell you and everything. I don't want nothing to do with this no more. I'm leaving. I never heard from him again. He disappeared. You know, I mean, so that's how serious the stuff was that he unlocked. I'm not talking about driving around driver's license, these other sovereign people out there. This guy figured it out. I mean, and I guess that is what this is doing. And that's what and I finally found it where what he was talking about, and we're someplace else. And I guess these other people are doing it now. So yeah, I'll send the link to you. I'll say if anybody wants it, the link, and you guys can open it up and check it out, and whatever.
Yeah, you throw it in the chat room or, message me and stuff about it. Because that'd be interesting. I'd like to kind of dig into that a little more when I can.
Yeah. What did somebody say they want to learn more? Yeah, okay, cool.
I want to learn more of the process.
Yeah. There's serious stuff, man. I mean, this is not. There's a lot of this stuff out there. These teeth whites like David Strait and all these other people out there that think they know it all, and they charge $450 for you to go take their club. Bull crap. This stuff's. This is the real. I always try to find the real stuff, and I will put my name to this. That this is the real stuff right here. This is not going to get you in trouble if you do it the right way, and you just don't try to be stupid. I don't want to cash in my birth certificate for about $90,000. Stupid stuff like that.
Yeah.
I just put the link, one of the links in the chat room there. So.
Well, hey, it's just the same thing.
Yeah,
as
I'm
what
pulling it up.
I can't hear you.
Well, what happened here in Texas? It was the Republic of Texas. This was an organization that was going to try to take over the Texas government and restore it back to the country that it's supposed to be, an independent country. Texas is supposed to be an independent country. Okay.
Yeah.
And they started out real little, and I went to some of their meetings. They thought, well, they got some pretty good ideas. Okay. But when they started growing a little bit, they shut them down. They shut them down.
Yep. Yeah, I was a part of that group. Yep. Yeah, they shut them down.
Oh, you're part of that group? You remember what?
Oh, yeah, I was part of all that.
Well, what's his name? Ross McLeod. Yeah, Ross McLeod.
Yep, all those guys. Yep. So they shut them down, all right. You're darn right they did. And some people actually died even. One guy died in Tennessee. They killed him. And, in Arizona, another person got in a shootout with the cops. And it was just crazy. It was crazy back then, yeah.
They actually purchased a property out here in East Texas. Me and a buddy of mine went out there to check it out. It was like an old military hospital. It's out there at something Monday. They sell a bunch of roses and stuff out here at the flea market, and it's in that area, that East Texas area over there. And we went out there a couple times on their grand opening. Man, they had the office for the president and the Congress.
Yeah.
All good stuff. Okay. Guess what? It burned down.
Yeah, I heard. Oh, that's where that happened then. That's where they had that fire then. Okay, I heard something about that back. Okay, wow.
That's it. I was there.
Wow.
I mean, we were there. We seen it because we toured through the place. But like a week or two later, funny, it just suddenly caught on fire.
Yeah, just the evil. Well, you're uncovering and unraveling evil. And then you're dealing with the Vatican Church. You're dealing with a lot of these Jesuits and New World Order Jews, and these are evil people.
Evil people. Let me tell you who they are.
Yeah, it's deep. It's very deep. The money changers and this money and these money systems and powers out there, these people that control, that are responsible for killing hundreds and hundreds of millions of people throughout their wars. There's a power behind that. I'm not trying to get into God or anything like that, but there's an evil out there, and it's bad, and you have to realize, and I hope everybody realizes that, good, there's always good, and there's good versus evil, and these people are evil, They don't want you to be free. They want you enslaved. They want to control you. We all know that.
Yeah, they're pure evil.
Now,
no doubt about
it.
Yeah, that's what the World Health Organization, pandemic treaty is about. That is what the, United Nations meeting on gun control. They want to make this a worldwide thing. Worldwide government agreement on what, control everybody and everything all across the world. And, it's absolutely evil. They want to be God. You know, they want to be God on earth and control everybody, have everybody obey them, listen to them, live by their rules, and, you know, there's no such borders, there's no such thing as individuality, all of that stuff.
That fits into with a lot of the stuff that Bannon's been talking about on his show with this guy named Joe Allen, who's mostly focused on things like AI and stuff.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah. It's part of it, too. Yep. AI. Yep. That's a big part.
AI, that type of stuff. The extra humanization.
Yeah,
whatever.
that's what they want Maui. Not only do they want it to be a smart city, they want it to be an AI-controlled city.
Yep, control grid.
AI managing all of it.
Mm-hmm.
Taking decisions out of human hands.
Yeah. You know, crazy. Oh, it'll be great, guys. It'll be great. You won't have to go to work no more. We'll have robots build everything. You know, everything will be free. You know, all bull crap. There's a catch to it. There's a catch. Let me tell you, it's probably the death chamber, you know? Chop our heads off. Who knows?
I've got a gunslinger. Your AG got found not guilty, right?
Yeah, no, he got found not guilty.
Yep.
Paxton.
Well, the thing with what happened with Ken Paxton is he beat the crap out of George P. Bush, in the election, and the Bushes. That was another hit to the Bush ego, and the Bushes couldn't handle that. Oh yeah, he may be crooked, but he's not the Bush kind of crooked, you know. That's what it is.
Bush.
Yeah,
George
Bushes are evil, are one evil bunch.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, when the daddy Bush, the grandfather, right, when he crashed his plane, when he got shot down in the ocean, there's one video of him getting rescued, and he's standing on top of the submarine or the deck of the ship, right, and he's like stumbling, and it's like he doesn't know where he's at, like he doesn't know, he doesn't believe it's him. I think I don't know, it may sound crazy, but I'm gonna tell you right now, I think that was a devil or something, or a demon, or who knows? I don't know, and, you know, because he was stranded for a long time in the ocean, and who knows? Maybe the real Bush died, and you know, the demon took. I don't know, but it wasn't. They say he didn't act normally.
Now wait a minute. Now think of all the people that had to be in on the hoax. I mean, the guy got a Navy Cross. So there's a lot of people that have to go in and testifying. You know what you got to do to get that, and you got the bomber shot down. His crew members were missing.
Sarge, if it was the devil,
that he was flying.
Sarge, if it was the devil, you know, I'm just saying, now you got to get into the religion.
Oh, you're saying it's supernatural.
Yeah. What I'm saying is the devil. We all know there's angels on earth. People, you know, there's angels on earth.
The devil, then, I mean, anything's possible.
Well, he's not a devil himself. He's just a demon. He's a demon, you know, a ghost or whatever the hell they are, you know.
But
angels, you know.
But absent the intervention of Satan, I'm reasonably convinced that film is of the actual George P. Bush, whose torpedo bomber got shot down. His two crew members were killed, and the submarine picked him up.
Yeah. Oh, they picked him up all right. Yeah, it picked up the devil. The real George Bush perished in the ocean. I mean,
but notice what I said, though. I said
my new world order.
Yeah, but like I said, if the devil did it, then okay, devil could do just about anything that God doesn't stop him from doing. But absent the intervention of the devil, I think that was George Bush in that film.
Well, it was George Bush, but his soul was gone. He was the devil. You got to understand, the devil can. Hey, you don't believe that Satan can go into bodies, go into people?
He made a deal with the devil. He made a deal with you.
I don't know what deal he made.
George B. Bush might just be a disciple of Satan without Satan taking his soul. It's possible, right?
Well, no, I don't know, because he was a good man, the grandfather. The grandfather, he was fighting World War II pilot. I mean, he was a good man, you know, and then all of a sudden he just turned evil. I mean, I don't know. I just weird.
Well, like I said, man, he got a Navy Cross. And he kept flying that aircraft right. I was on fire, and he kept flying it right in there to get a hit on the target before he even bailed out.
When they gave him that cross, I said, "You're such a little devil, you."
Look, Prescott Bush used to be the president of Ridge Bank, RIGGS.
Prescott was a motherfucker. I think old motherfucker.
Yeah, he's the president of Ridge Bank in Washington, D.C. that used to launder money for African kleptocrats like Sonny Abacha.
Yeah. No, I know. That's what I'm saying. The Bush family was responsible for a lot of evil throughout World War. I.G. Farragut, all that stuff. So I'm just, who knows? Maybe the devil had a hand in it. Who knows? I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there because if everybody saw the video, you'd know what I'm talking about. It just didn't seem like.
Do you want to know what president I think was the baddest motherfucker of them all? The meanest, baddest motherfucking president we ever had was Bill Clinton.
Teddy Roosevelt or Andrew Jackson? One of the two, right?
Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton was the baddest motherfucker.
Why?
Yes. Bill Clinton was the baddest motherfucker out there. Why?
Why?
Well, to fuck Hillary, you'd have to be one bad motherfucker. That's all. I'm sorry.
Hey, man, I got a book by a guy I knew in Chicago. He was a Marine.
You must
He's
have
a
to
bouncer.
be drugged up pretty good.
Wait a minute. I got a buddy who was in Chicago. He was on the radio with me. We'd be on the radio sometimes together. He wrote a book, and I got the book. I'm going to see if I can't dig it out and read you a couple of passages from. He was a bouncer. He was a Marine. He was a talk show host in Chicago, and he talked about the night he picked up Hillary Clinton from the Chicago club, and he fucked her. And he talks about it in great detail.
No, jeez.
Now, I'm going to see if I can. He wrote a book. He wrote a book, and the horse she rode in on, and one of the things in there is this encounter, his one-night encounter with her, when he was a bouncer in Chicago in a nightclub. And I as soon as I can find the book, I will read you what he wrote.
What was she doing in a nightclub in Chicago, Sarge?
She partied a lot. She was a suburban resident who regularly traveled to Chicago to party.
Oh, yeah.
That's where she was originally born, in Chicago suburb.
But
at that age, at her age,
Arkansas?
No. This is before she became famous. This is when she was in college.
Yeah.
When she was in college. Oh, okay.
As soon as I get the book, I'm gonna find it. I got the book because he gave me a signed copy of it. I'm gonna get it out. I'm gonna read to you the passage from the book because it's hilarious.
It's possible.
He talked about it. He talked about it one night. I know him pretty well, and his description of the encounter is absolutely obscene and hilarious.
But if I ever met the man, I'd pat him on the back and say, "God damn, you're one bad motherfucker."
The Clintons might have hit him. I don't know. They might have done away with him. I don't know if they did or not, but I know the book is something else, man. I'm going to see if I can find it and read it to you.
Demonic fucking woman, dude. You know she is now. Back when she was in college, she wore them fucking pop bottle Coke glasses. Remember them motherfuckers?
Exactly, and that's what he says. That's what he says about her.
Yeah, she looked like a fucking insect, like the Fly. When the Fly was out there, remember that movie? The Fly, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, man, I swear, man.
I'm sorry. But my point is now that she's came around and she looks more kind of like a woman, but you still see that fucking Karen Deluxe model in her total bitch, And I heard she was a motherfucker. She was. The Secret Service agents had testified the fact this one was fucking psychotic. Used to love to throw ashtrays at Bill. That's how you got that black eye. The bitch fucking anyway ashtray.
She is wacky. She is a wacky. Yeah. Hillary Clinton.
She would be the 50-foot woman.
Yeah, man. I'm just saying. But, wow.
Illuminati all the way.
Oh, dude, the leader. She's the burning fucking owl, man. You know what I'm saying? She's a big time member. She's a member of the dudes clubs. You know what I'm saying? Men's club. She's a member.
You know what they do with their skull and bones? You know what they do with that tomb of skull and bones?
She's a member. She's probably a big motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Freaking some sick stuff goes on there, man.
Yeah, well, the Bushes
sacrifice.
From that group. The Bushes were all members.
Whew.
They were all members of the Skull and Bone, man.
I see that we have Nathan on the switchboard raising his hand, so I'm going to go ahead and bring him into the party as well. Hello, Nathan. Welcome. Happy Constitution Day.
Yes. Hey,
there he is.
Two things. Yeah, I got one thing, but something else came up while I was waiting. You guys were talking about Clinton but you know, Chelsea, I can't remember the guy's name, but when I see a picture of him, you can tell they look like dad and daughter. But you're saying Clinton had to be on drugs to do Hillary. Well, I can't remember the guy's name, but somebody asked her one time about this guy being his father. He was a part of that land deal where they were exploiting people, and I can't remember his name, but anyway.
Hades.
Who was that?
Hades. Clinton was Hades. You ever talking about?
No.
Fucking people right next to disaster. What the fuck happened over there? He's selling cell phones. The Clintons over started selling fucking cell phones. The Clinton Foundation. Fucking douchebags.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. She was signing a book or something one time, and some guy walked up and asked her about the guy being her father. And that kind of got everybody looking, and she's like, she doesn't look like Bill. She looks like this other guy. Can't remember his name. When it comes to me, it'll be too late.
There's a dude down in Little Rock, Arkansas.
The person you're describing was Webb Hubble. Webb Hubble, a business associate.
I got a good memory. I got a good memory. Thanks, Star. Sorry, you just reminded me. Yeah. Now, I'm going back on this last Veterans Day. I heard something on George Daddy Bush that during World War II, he crashed. There was 8 of them altogether, but they crashed on an island, and the cannibals ate every single one of them. But George H. was able to evade, and he got rescued. And when I was listening to that, and I don't know if it's true, but what is the chances of the devil being in someone? Because he comes back from such an experience. He goes and he represents us at the United Nations. Then he goes to China as an ambassador, and he comes back and he writes. He does everything that he does throughout his history, but at the end he writes as president Executive Order 12803 that just totally allows other people to come over here, not people but countries to come over here and buy property, buy infrastructure. They could buy the Pentagon and be the landlord. And
they do own a lot of real estate over here, man, because of that. They do. Yeah.
Yeah, and now somebody's buying up large amounts of property around our military bases, and no one knows who it is. But I'm gonna tell you what: if we ever go to war, our bases are surrounded. You know.
Well, yeah, that was the thing in North Dakota. China wanted to buy land right around a military base, and I believe North Dakota shut that down. They're like, hell no, you know.
I confess it's me.
Why would we want you to be neighboring our military base, kind of thing?
Exactly.
Yeah. And then
they got
at some point, I do want to play the latest What's Her Face clip tonight as well. And
who's What's Her Face?
She just did a What's Her Face? Oh, I follow What's Her Face on YouTube. When she puts something out, she usually does a good job. I like What's Her Face. And she
that's what her name is? What's Her Face?
So that's what she goes by, on YouTube.
I didn't know
that. WHF Entertainment. WHF Entertainment.
Okay.
I'll link it. I'll link her channel on YouTube. She's also on Rumble, so you can as her backup channel.
All right.
So you can follow her there as well. I'll put that in the link, but. Yeah, usually when she does a good video, I like to play it at some point during the show. because she's good. She's from Canada, but she covers a lot of stuff, U.S. stuff. I just like her personality. She's just one of those people. Hang on just a sec. And since I'm talking about it, why don't I go ahead and play her latest right now, and then we can continue the conversation. This is also a good time with 25 minutes left in the show. If you're out there and you're listening and you haven't called in yet, feel free to do so now, 563-999-3698, as we go into overtime like we usually do. But I can play this clip. We can talk for a little bit, do a wrap-up before the live show ends, and then continue on with our conversation. So let me go ahead and play this right now while I have the chance. And we will continue once it's done. So here we go. What's her face? 3, 2, 1, and launch.
A BLM terrorist becomes an ambassador for Dove soap. Dietitian influencers are being paid to convince their followers that neurotoxins are health foods. And the world learns which cities will ban private vehicles and meat by the year 2030. Welcome to the weekly roundup, where we cover the most diabolical yet hilarious news of the week. Our top story today, a 2019 report from a climate advocacy group led by world leaders has resurfaced that outlines their strategy for reducing consumption-based emissions in C40 cities. According to the now viral post on social media, America's C40 cities will ban meat, dairy, new clothes, and private cars by 2030. The post goes on to say the C40 Cities Climate Leadership Group plans to accomplish this vision by 2030. And Austin, Boston, Chicago, Houston, Los Angeles, Miami, New Orleans, New York City, Philadelphia, Phoenix, Portland, San Francisco, Washington, D.C., and Seattle are all on board. Now, of course, the fact-checkers have already debunked the claims, with PolitiFact deeming the accusations false. According to PolitiFact, the report is an analysis of consumption-based emissions in C40 cities, not a plan for cities to adopt, let alone a legally binding treaty. It's up to individuals to make their personal lifestyle choices, including what type of food to eat and what clothing they prefer. Listen, nobody is banning or forcing anything, okay? All they're saying is that the world is definitely literally gonna blow up if we don't do this stuff, but you're still completely free to make your own decisions, just like you were free to choose whether you wanted to wear a mask or get vaccinated. So a wise man once told me that the truth is always somewhere in the middle. So for that reason, I never pick sides unless I've investigated the source material myself. So I skimmed through the report. Here's the highlight. It is critical that large-scale behavioral changes occur as soon as possible, and that governments and businesses support a swift transition to more sustainable consumption through policy incentives and new business models. Okay, so they won't force you, they'll just incentivize the businesses that sustain your life to force you. See how that works? Unsurprisingly, there's an endless supply of mouth breathers online who quite like the idea of having no freedom and have voiced their opinion on C40's lofty goals. The one true honker says, I genuinely have no problem with this. It's either this now or more extreme solutions in a decade. I just want you to remember that the people who call you a conspiracy theorist believe the weather is evil and that you should eat less cheese about it. Now, it doesn't just stop there. As meat and dairy production drops, companies will be working overtime to convince you, the consumer, that eating Pop-Tarts and chemical-laden slop was actually your idea. Influencer dietitians were paid off by corrupt companies to promote unhealthy foods. Wait, are you trying to say that influencers have no integrity and can be bought off like common? Come on, I refuse to believe it. According to this article by Evie, the issue of paid influencers in healthcare came into the spotlight following a social media campaign around the hashtag safety of aspartame. This campaign was in response to the World Health Organization's warning about the risks of the artificial sweetener aspartame commonly found in diet sodas. Several dietitians took to TikTok and Instagram to claim that these warnings were based on low-quality science or were fear-mongering headlines. Dietitian Steph Grasso posted a video on TikTok telling her followers not to fall for clickbait headlines, arguing that aspartame is perfectly safe.
I discourage people to use non-sugar sweeteners when, 1, it's considered safe, and 2, it's actually helping people reduce their added sugar intake. This is going to cause confusion. If who really wants to implement new policies, maybe they should focus on ways to make fruits and vegetables more accessible and affordable rather than just using clickbait.
Guys, don't worry about clickbait headlines, okay? And definitely don't worry about the Washington Post report that exposed me as a fraud who collected thousands of dollars by the guys who represent Coca-Cola. To say that. Dove is being hit by a growing boycott after hiring BLM activist Ziana Bryant as their fat acceptance ambassador. Ziana is now infamous for ruining a white student's life after she claimed she overheard her threatening BLM protesters in July of 2020. But Bryant later admitted that she may have misheard the threat, essentially fessing up that she lied about the accusation. Of course, that white student had her life and reputation ruined, and Bryant became the subject of a glowing Washington Post profile. She made Ebony Magazine's Power 100 list, starred in a Juneteenth post on Instagram's official profile, and now she can add Fat Ambassador of Dove to her list of accolades. Accolades she earned by committing the ultimate act of Western virtue, destroying an innocent white person's life. Honestly, I haven't seen anything in the news about it, but after she destroyed this girl's life, did she eat her? I get paid by older men to travel the world, and I've made $500K so far. Listen, if by travel you mean down south, and by world you mean the two saggy globes hanging between a pair of soggy old man thighs, then yes, that is exactly what you do. These euphemisms are getting out of hand. I mean, words just truly have no meaning anymore. I'm not a janitor. I'm the director of hygienic operations. I'm not a garbage man. I'm a technician of sanitation. And I am not a prostitute. I am an intimate relations service provider. Give me a fucking break. Fancy Instagram-worthy vacations aren't gonna make you happy, my friend. As they say, wherever you go, there the old dirtbag who paid for you to get there is. Speaking of old dirtbags, Joe Biden appears to be confused again as he lies about being present at Ground Zero the day after the 9/11 attacks.
Each of those precious lives stolen too soon when evil attacked. Ground Zero in New York, and I remember standing there the next day and looking at the building. I felt like I was looking through the gates of hell. It looked so devastating. Because from where you could stand.
Yes, okay, Grandpa, that's very interesting. It's time for you to go take your nap now.
But I tell you what, I don't know about you, but I'm going to go to bed.
No matter how bad Joe Biden is, he will never top our Prime Minister here in Canada. Justin Trudeau attended the G20 summit in India this week, where he was asked about his contribution to global challenges and had this to say.
As always, Canada is a strong voice for inclusion of gender language.
His contribution is gendered language. This is what it's come to. This guy is like the Ernest P. Worrell of politics. If it wasn't so tragic, his political career could easily be a series of campy 90s movies. Ernest locks down Christmas. Ernest ruins Halloween. Ernest does blackface for the last time. His presence in India was so embarrassingly memorable that their media was quick to roast him.
The nonsense that you're talking is emanating from sheer hubris, a total disconnected view of the world where you think that we don't see what you're up to, we don't understand what you're up to, and you can continue behaving in a totally nonsensical fashion, talking nonsense.
And to fittingly conclude the disaster of an event, the whole saga ended with a plane malfunction that delayed his return home. Wow, man, Trudeau is such a loser. Not even an inanimate object wants him inside of it. Notice how I said it? That's my Canadian contribution to gender-inclusive language. And now for my favorite news of the week. After being on the market for 50 years, an FDA panel has concluded that a common over-the-counter decongestant doesn't work. That's right, an FDA scientific review found flaws in the 1960s and 1970s studies that supported phenylephrine original approval. The studies used research techniques no longer supported by the FDA. 3 larger studies published since 2016 showed no difference between phenylephrine and placebos for treating congestion. People started posting about this on social media and debating the motive behind the move. Some chalked it up to standard FDA incompetence, but others feel the decision was more nefarious. This is a comment left by Dr. Jacqueline Salmons on Instagram. I am by no means a fan of phenylephrine, but a different perspective on this. Imagine a world where on the horizon of launching a new virus with matching vaccine, there was a removal of many over-the-counter supportive meds that would aid a patient in their recovery. I'm standing by to see if the next will be Tylenol, Motrin, Zyrtec, diphenhydramine, etc. Again, we see a government agency removing tools that citizens can use to recover. Zinc, NAC, and glutathione have been under attack as well. So I'm not here supporting pharmaceuticals, I'm supporting tools that patients can use to empower themselves, which are being removed from access. You know, the great thing about this story is that if the critical thinker who wrote this message is correct, and phenylephrine does work, but the FDA is pulling it for nefarious purposes, we can finally conclude that the FDA is corrupt. But if she's wrong, and phenylephrine doesn't work, and it took the FDA 50 years to pull it from the shelves, we can conclude once and for all that the FDA is corrupt. It's like the Schrodinger's cat of bullshit. Alright guys, that's it for me today. If you like this video, please don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, and check out some other videos from my channel. Also, if you want to support me and this channel, please consider subscribing to my Patreon. I post 2 long-form videos there every month. Alright, bye!
Alright, and there we have it. I hope you guys can see why I like her. I love her recaps of the week. But she does she brings up some pretty good points, especially about the FDA, and now, in light of, the next new COVID vaccine, for the new scary variant, everybody, you must go get the new COVID vaccine. And this new COVID vaccine has had pretty much 0 testing. But, FDA is, it's A-okay, it's safe for everybody. Everybody go out and get it. Make sure to get your kids shot up as well with this new untested version of the COVID shot as well, so that they're safe when they go to school. This is, oh my goodness. It's just funny. And then Joe Biden, lying and saying that he went to ground zero the next day. He wasn't. The travel records show that he was actually in D.C. He didn't go to New York ground zero until like a week later. So he's lying about that too. It just goes on and on and on. And like these are the forces at play that we have to try to work against. And it's just it's insurmountable incompetence and evil, like what we were talking about before then, what Joe Gibson was talking about. This is evil. This is exactly what evil looks like. It comes in various forms, and what we're dealing with right now is absolutely a fight for good versus evil. And the evil just seems to be getting more and more prevalent. Am I wrong?
Oh, you're right. Growing and growing exponentially. I totally agree. Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
Absolutely.
it's like cell division,
It is.
We're dealing with evil that's like cell division, and it's becoming more and more and more and more and more.
Absolutely.
it's just coming more and more all across the board. Look at the government. Look how evil these fucking people are. I mean, in your own country, their own country supposedly, they live here too. Okay, and what they're trying to do to demonize and to destroy and to send this country back to make it look like a third world shithole. That's what they want, because a third world shithole can be controlled very easily. A third world shithole doesn't have guns. Okay, they rely on the government for everything. Oh, wait a minute, that's a dictatorship, isn't it? Okay, same thing. So that's what they're doing there. Their evil, demonic intent is to destroy this country. What else is there? Look at that fucking bitch up there in New Mexico that gave that order about the Second Amendment. She knew very damn well what she was talking about, okay? There's your type that wants to completely take your guns away, and you do as we say.
Absolutely.
Not as you say. See? There you go.
I'm going to go ahead. Robert, I know you've been just kicking back listening, but I'm going to unmute you. Since we're talking about, your favorite politician, your own New Mexican governor, I'm going to unmute Robert so he can speak up should he choose to. But she's had to retract that a little bit, and so now I guess the latest is she lifted her order, so now it's only for like parks and playgrounds.
Yeah.
Which even that is ridiculous. Yeah, so you take your kid to the park, you're a parent, you bring your kid to the park, some sicko motherfucker wants to try to kidnap your kid, but you should not be allowed to have a gun to shoot that motherfucker before they can get your kid into their van,
Tell me how much sense that makes. What you didn't know, what they want you to do if somebody's fixed to kidnap your kid, you just said, wait a minute, before you kidnap my kid now, let me dial 911. We'll wait about 5 minutes till the cops get here, and then we'll discuss it with them. You think they're really going to do that?
Hey, listen, It's an unconstitutional order. It's unconstitutional. Where do we get off thinking that just because they say something that like they're our mother and father, we're going to get in trouble? We allow them to have this control over us. We allow them.
Yeah,
we stick together, they can't do it. But we don't stick together, do we? I mean, it's pathetic.
Oh.
It's ridiculous. The whole thing, there's just a handful of these fuckers up there in government, okay? And we outnumber them 10,000 to 1. I mean, why is people so scared?
That's what I said, January 6th. Those numbers are awesome. I mean, there was like almost 1 million people there and only 700 people went to jail? That's pretty good. Those are good odds, man. Casualty rate. That's good odds.
I see Bring It Boy, you just joined in the chat. I'm going to try to encourage to call in because we only have 7 minutes left of the live show in order to call in before we go into overtime. And I want to resume this conversation, but I also want to do our round robin and promote each other's shows. And I see Donnie is in the chat room. I'll promote Donnie's show. I was on it last night. So definitely follow Donnie C here on Blog Talk, Beyond the Mainstream, Saturday night, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. Of course, my show here. And then we want also make sure to follow Conservative Nation Radio and tune in on Friday night for Robert's show, which I co-host. So Conservative Nation Radio. Make sure to follow him. And that's Friday night, same time, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. And then Joe Gibson, promote your show. Ron, promote yours. Do the round robin.
Who first?
Whoever takes the floor first.
All right,
Gibson,
Tuesday
you go
night,
ahead.
7 p.m. Tuesday night, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, blogtalkradio.com/Joseph Gibson. You know, and I'm in a case right now here in North Carolina where I'm fighting one of these license agency boards, and for abuse of discretion, and so that they challenge their authority on licensing people and their professions. You know, so this is what I'm saying. You know, we got to challenge this stuff, stand up for it. So that's what my show is about: real solutions. I yield.
All right, next up, Ron Rex. You there? Want to plug your show? Do 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 do.
That arrow kill
Ron
you.
Rex taking his White Castle fart or something in the other room.
He's passed out.
Yeah.
So yeah, follow Ron Rex for his shows. Usually later on at night. He usually kicks them off around like 8 o'clock or so Pacific, 11 o'clock over the weekend, sometimes during the week. So you know, you have to like stay actively engaged in checking to see when he decides to throw on a show sometimes during the week. But pretty consistent though. Great show.
We all need to be supporting each other. We all need to be supporting each other and tuning into each other's shows. That's for sure. You know.
Absolutely. And I was talking to my best friend earlier today. She had her funeral and services and stuff last weekend for her mom that passed away about 3 months ago. And so like all the people coming in from out of town and everything, and so it was pretty chaotic for her. But I was just talking to her and right before the show actually, and I'm like, hey, I got a half hour I can talk, but then I gotta start my show. And she asked me how it was going, and I was talking to her about I've really gotten introduced to some really cool people through my show and participating in the other shows, and I was like, I love having this outlet so I can talk politics and bore everybody, because before I did my show, I mean, like literally, I would make Sheila fall asleep on the phone because I would get into talking politics, and and she's just not into it like I am. And so we were kind of joking that I have an outlet now for my political tendency, and but also just complimenting some of you all, or all of you all that call in, and I've gotten to know over time. Some of you have known from the beginning, and some of you are newer. But I really thoroughly enjoy having this show and having you guys all on, and you guys support me, I support you, and promote you guys, and we're trying to send a message here. And I guess the more people it might reach, the better, Even though we screw around and get off topic sometimes on politics, like talking about White Castle and
Well, you'd be surprised how many people listen to your show. Other people listen to just listen in on the internet. One person that I was talking to, actually, one of my supporters, he started tuning in and listens to your show now. So he doesn't call in. He doesn't ever call in, but he's from upstate New York, and he'll listen in. He listens to my show. On the drive to work, he's a truck driver, and then while he's driving, he listens to your show now too. So you'd be surprised how many people listen and that are out there listening. That's what I'm trying to say.
Hopefully it goes, both ways, that people that have listened to my show get turned on to the other people that I say that I'm listening to. Since I started being a regular co-host with Robert's show on Conservative Nation Media on Friday night, you know.
His show has picked
drawn
up numerous
people
listeners.
that usually listen to me, and you know, and so it's becoming like this cool little family of a network that we all follow, and so it's fun, and we have great discussions, and a really good mix of personalities, and so yeah, I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, I used to call in the Robert show, and it would just be me and
going.
him talking. You know, just be me and him talking, and sometimes Sarge. Now he's got a full board, you know. So it's good.
I'll call in when I get a personality. I will make sure I do call in for that.
There you go.
Just don't do that echo effect like you did on my show earlier. Oh, that was horrible. Don't do that again. You are banned from doing that. That echo effect. No.
I don't do things like that. What do you
We got a
think
shadow
so?
ban Warren. Warren's banned. Brother Warren from New Orleans, wake up. He wants to attack us.
You all can do what you want with him. They're your shows. You can do what you want with them. I'm on the side of I'm not going to bother with him. He's not welcome on my show. It turns into nothing but complete and total shit whenever he's on. And that's what he does it for. He wants to disrupt actual good conversation with his bullshit, and I'm not tolerating it. My show, nope, you're done.
Well, for him to call Sarge a fake veteran, a fake veteran, I think that was absolutely despicable and disgusting. I mean, I have a policy where I don't mute people, and I don't like doing that because I don't believe in censorship, but I got to do it. I mean, it was bothering me, letting them talk like that, my conscience, and it's just I can't have that, It's just
he has absolutely no basis for the stuff that he says, and what he accuses people of. And it's like nope, it's there's free speech, and then there's slander and defamation.
You got to understand how to
those
reply
are different
to
concepts,
that. You're not replying correctly to the what he said. When he said Sarge is a fake veteran, say, well, I'd rather think of a fake veteran than a real punk. So you got to take one for you.
Yeah, well, he says amongst other things too. He threatens people and nonsense.
I know. I'd tear him a new asshole. He won't come to my show. He won't come near me. I've asked him, begged him practically. Come on, man. Come on, Ward. Come on to Crazy Days Radio. You're amongst friends here, brother. We can listen to what you got to say.
Well, my offer to
come on over and let the lion bat you around for a while.
$5,000 anytime he's ready. I will prove to him via certified documentation of my record on active duty and in the National Guard. $5,000. Other than that, I'm not interested in proving a damn thing to him. I don't care if he believes I was a veteran or not. It's utterly irrelevant and makes no impression or difference to me whatsoever. But it would be worth my time to get $5,000 from this bastard to prove it. And I will do it if he was willing to accept the challenge. I'll give him $5,000 if I can't. He gives me $5,000 if I can't. It's just that simple. But he won't take the challenge because he's a punk. He's a liar.
Well, at least you can prove your accusation. At least you can prove your accusation. He's accusing me of being a lesbian. How the fuck do I prove I'm not?
Well,
that's going to be really tough, Laura.
It had to be with you 24 hours a day, I guess.
Documents going to tell it. Got to get written statements from all my exes.
Well, wait a minute. But there's no way to prove that because, after all, you could be a celibate lesbian. How would you know? How would anybody know if you were celibate?
I know she's not a lesbian because I'm a lesbian. I'm a full-blown, straight-up fucking lesbian.
He has a good radar
I'm a lesbian trapped in a man. I'm a lesbian trapped in a man's body.
I love pussy. There's no doubt about it. Love it. Love it.
Well,
can I watch? Please,
not I. I'm glad you do.
Yeah, well,
I'm identifying that too. I guess I'll identify as a lesbian today. After all, it's my choice, right?
Nowadays it is.
To be honest with you, I mean, I've seen porn, and I look at a woman's pussy, and I The last fucking thing
really?
I want to do is go and
What
lick
does it look
it.
like?
No,
What does it look
it's
like?
icky.
Does it really look like a turtle, snapping turtle? They
Not attracted to that at all.
It's called a snapper.
I'm glad you guys do, because I don't fucking understand it. Oh, no. Anyway.
Neither do I. I'm a virgin.
That's my take on it. And I would venture to guess that, like, my best friend would know that, you know, about this kind of stuff before. Because she and I have talked about it, you know. We're talking about those things. I mean, you know, this is the same best friend that, you know, we used to pop each other's zits and stuff, you know.
Perfect. Staying close together. That's good.
Same family.
But we never ever wanted to get a close-up look at each other's pussies. Or no.
They don't want to look at their pussies, but they want to look at your puss.
Like that.
That's cool.
I'll pop the zits on your back, but not that.
I'll check out your puss, mate. Looking at your puss. Well, there you go.
If you're popping them down there, then you're in trouble.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That big old boil from the sky. Yeah.
Pussy boils.
Motherfuckers even got hair on.
There's our X-rated conversation for the night. Let's talk about pussy boils. The untalked about subject. It's a subject nobody wants to bring up.
Do you feel that your vagina is growing a nut, but it's really just a big boil? Don't worry.
Call Brother Warren.
Did your boyfriend break up with you because they saw your pussy boil? Have you been injured? Call an attorney.
I'll go to Whitworth.
Have you been injured because of a vagina accident? Call Wreck, Line, and Sinker Law Firm right now. We can help you.
By the way, did you know that Lorianne? Did you know that Ron Wreck has many businesses, including a mobile? You kill them, we burn them. You know, a mobile
crematory
business, crematorium.
Mm-hmm. Yep, damn right.
Yes.
Yeah.
That would be convenient.
It
would be very convenient.
Well,
you know how much it costs to transport a body around?
Do you know what the company is called?
If there's a home pickup service and do it right there on the spot.
We even got bells on the fucker, that big truck. We got bells on it too, and the name of the company is Cream and Go. Shit.
Cream and Go. There you go.
Dust and ash.
Creme.
Yeah.
Make it fancy. Creme. Creme le go.
Ashes to dust.
We take them out with a flash.
There you go.
And if you look on the side of our vehicles, we have nice decorative urns. You have urns and yearns. You have urns and yearns of flavor and fun for the rest of your life. And then we'll put you in one next to that one. And the band Kansas came out with the perfect song, Dust in the Wind.
Make sure to go buy your burgers at your food truck.
That's right. One side crematory, one side food on the other. Fucking right. I know, yes. While you're getting your crematorium done, get your fresh new lunch and breakfast at the Easy Go or Fast and Go.
I think we're probably like seriously grossing out the whole rest of everybody on the call.
You know, friends on a spit. You know, world brother. Shit like that.
I hope none of you just ordered a pizza and just got it, and now you're looking at it like not so hungry anymore.
Yeah, Big Mama grilled breakfast.
Oh boy, this show sure has taken some twists and turns.
Daddy's supper. And all of our food is good.
Yeah, I'm suffering from laughing. Yeah. We're so crazy. We got Crazy Ron on. Crazy Ron, this is how it goes. I'm glad I put a disclaimer on my show saying it's not a scripted show. Fair warning.
Peter
The
Rooter,
show can
that's
go in
the
any
answer.
direction.
Peter Rooter, that's the name. You just flush your troubles down the drain. Rotten Peter, Rotten Peter.
Rotten Peter. There's a mental image. Okay.
I'm just trying to be helpful. That's all.
It looks like Pianki dropped. Don't know if on purpose or not, but can't call back in now. Unless, that's the interesting thing the other night with Ron, because his show had ended, and I had him, I'm like, do you still have the call button on your switchboard, and he was able to call me while the show was...
What?
Anyway, what happened? Somebody got called away. Sorry for that dead air. I was just kind of like, huh? What's going on? Okay, so Gunslinger, you still with us?
Oh, yeah. We're listening to the soap opera.
Awesome. So Hunter Biden gun charges. We still haven't talked about that, 3 hours later, still haven't talked about that subject. But overall, like, the whole Hunter Biden firearm charges is like a complete catch-22 for the gun rights side and the gun control side. You know what I mean? The Democrats don't really know what to do with it because it's like, oh, you're punished, we're going to have to seriously, like, punish the president's son, for these very violations of law that we push through and support, Like, we got to fucking really, like, we got to eat our own shit on this one. And then there's the gun rights people that are like, yeah, Hunter Biden, getting prosecuted and getting charged, while at the same time it's like, yeah, but, you're cheering for something that you advocate should not be a law anyway. It shouldn't be, in existence. It's unconstitutional to have these laws in place like this. So there's the catch-22 on that side. And so me being libertarian, as much as I hate to actually, like, I hate not cheering for the fact that Hunter Biden is facing these charges. Because I am on the camp where it's like, well, these very laws that he, violated are unconstitutional anyways. They shouldn't even exist.
But it is possible to be totally principled and completely understand both sides of the issue. First of all, according to the Bruin decision, gun control laws have to be decided in accordance with traditions of gun regulation and the Second Amendment throughout most of American history. So therefore, there were no laws, federal gun laws, regulating gun control until 1934. And I say it is unconstitutional to tell someone they cannot own a firearm, possess a firearm, or apply for a firearm simply because they're addicted to drugs. So the law itself is unconstitutional, no doubt about it, no matter who gets charged, no matter what the circumstances. Now, with regard to the particular circumstance of Hunter Biden, it is the law right now. It has not been repealed. It has not been ruled unconstitutional by the United States Supreme Court.
It can't be, Sarge. It can't be.
That is on the books.
It can't be, Sarge. You're contradicting yourself.
No, I'm not. Not a bit. Not a bit.
Sarge, you told me the other night. Anything that is any law.
Joe,
it's
understand
null and void.
This is the way these things work. It's like the laws against segregation were in violation of the 14th Amendment. The Jim Crow laws were a violation of the 14th Amendment. Supreme Court ruled in 1896 or 1896 in Plessy versus Ferguson that it was constitutional for states to maintain what they call separate but equal. Now that was wrong.
You're not abiding by the Constitution, Sarge.
No. So the alternative is to simply say that I will not obey the law, and what that would lead to is anarchy.
No, it won't.
It would.
Because you got to obey. If you obey the Constitution, how can it lead to anarchy?
Unless, of course, you can get everybody in the United States to disregard the law.
Why do we need everybody?
Then they just couldn't enforce it.
Well,
we're not arguing about
it's our duty.
Wait a minute. We're not arguing about whether the law is unconstitutional. We take that off the table. We're not arguing the law is unconstitutional. What we are saying is, if it's on the books and the government chooses to enforce it, they ought to enforce it equally against everybody. The argument is not whether it's unconstitutional. I am unequivocally stating the law forbidding firearm possession or application for one to someone who is simply addicted to drugs and is not otherwise being dangerous to themselves or anybody is unconstitutional. We don't have to argue about that. It is. The question is, when will this law either be removed from the books or ruled to be unconstitutional? Because it's on the books.
Why does it have, wait a second, Sarge, let me ask you the question. Why does it got to be ruled unconstitutional? It's already unconstitutional.
Okay,
it's our duty as Americans. We swore an oath.
Oh, no.
To uphold the
Tell me
Constitution,
what
Sarge.
the alternative is. To just ignore it as though it doesn't exist?
Sarge, we swore an oath to uphold the Constitution, right?
I
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
No, I understand. How many laws do you think out there on the books are unconstitutional? Probably most of them.
A lot, Sarge.
They are.
We got to start someplace. Got to start someplace, right?
At the federal level, they certainly almost all are.
We got to start someplace.
And I tell you one thing, every single one of them that has to do with gun control is unconstitutional. There is no federal justification for other than perhaps commerce involving interstate movement of guns in commerce. That's probably it.
Okay, Sarge, but again, you're not answering the question. If it's unconstitutional, okay? If it's all right, look, let's put it this way, Sarge. All right, an unconstitutional act is not a law. It confers no rights. It imposes no duties.
Law.
It affords no protection.
We're not arguing that it's
I do have a Skype caller raising their hand that I'm going to go ahead and bring on in. I'm wondering if it's John Doe, perhaps, or maybe somebody else. Okay, Skype caller, you're on.
Yeah, you're right.
You are
John Doe.
All right, John Doe.
I knew it would get him in. I knew it would get him in.
Well, again, let me finish my point here. An unconstitutional act constitutes a protection to no one who has acted under it, and no one can be punished for having refused obedience to it before the decision was made. A legislative act in conflict with the Constitution is not only illegal, Sarge, or voidable, but absolutely void. It is as if it never enacted, and no subsequent change of the Constitution removing the restriction could validate it or breathe into it life. Okay? Simple as that. It's a fact. And you go to North Shelby.
That's where your sheriff becomes so important. Because if a law
are
has
in
to be
jail
enforced.
for violating the laws you say have no effect. Thousands of people are in jail as we speak for violating the laws which you say have no effect.
So that makes it okay. Then.
And that's not, again, we're ignoring the realities of the situation.
No, Sarge. I'm not trying to disrespect you. I'm just disagreeing with you. You're ignoring the reality. The reality of it is we have to start someplace. Take a stand.
But how many of those? Okay, on that argument, I'm going to ask another question. How many of those are people that are actually not guilty, but they pleaded guilty to a lower crime and shorter time and lower fines because they couldn't afford to fight it.
Yeah, exactly.
And they just plead guilty to a plea deal. How many of those people that are in prison took a plea deal even though they are not guilty of the crime they committed simply because that's the process. That's your choice.
Yeah, we heard it.
You didn't do it.
Having seen it
if
myself
you're faced with 20 years
times,
versus a plea deal for 3, but you have to plead guilty, then what are you going to fucking do?
Having seen it myself many, many, many times, I can't give you the exact number. I can tell you certainly a great deal of the cases that come before the court. But I tell you, when it comes to gun charges, though, they drop those anyway to get a plea deal on another charge. I've seen that more often than people getting convicted on a gun charge, especially if the guy's a multiple felon and he's got a bunch of other more serious charges against him. And in order to get him to plea, they'll drop the gun charges altogether. They did that routinely.
This is how far, Sarge, we have come away and broken away from the real Constitution and the fact that we're a republic. That's how lost we've become. And now we got to dig ourselves out of this. How? We just can't say, well, because everyone has done it, and the reason and where the numbers are so far and great, then the Founding Fathers would have never established this darn republic to begin with. They would have just gave up because the odds were tremendously against them, too. So we have to start someplace. Evil flourishes when good men do nothing.
We're helping
so we have to stand up
educate
somewhere.
our fellow citizens, Joe.
Oh,
We're
that's not going to
educating them
educate.
to the unconstitutionality of all these illegitimate acts. Because I got news for you, whether we like it or not, the overwhelming majority of our fellows, rightly or wrongly, believe that when the legislature enacts a statute, it's constitutional. Now, we got to educate them that's not true, and then maybe we can get the environment that you and I both hope we can attain.
Sarge, there's no more maybes. Listen, time has run out. You said this yourself. We all have. Time has run out.
So we got to educate our fellows. They don't know any better. They think this is legitimate when they do this stuff. You see, though, how people are reacting to Lucian Grissom. They're just defying her and disobeying her edict because it's so blatantly unconstitutional. The people are just rising up, coming out with their guns, saying, "We dare you to do something." See, she was too stupid. She was so stupid, she did something that everybody can immediately see was blatantly unconstitutional. Not just unconstitutional around the margins, like a lot of these laws are, like the Federal Form 4473 and the Gun Control Act of 1968 and the National Firearms Act of 1934. They're unconstitutional around the margins. But blatantly unconstitutional, like Christian did, that's something the people will not stand for. See, we got to educate our fellows.
I think she should resign, honestly. I think Robert would agree with me. That governor needs to fucking resign over that. Like,
that's right.
It needs to be demanded. So that because it needs to send a message to all the other governors out there, including my MaxiPad governor, Kotek, that you're not going to get by with this shit. The people are going to fucking revolt and force you to resign if you try to pull this shit.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem, guys. I mean, look, you know how I feel about it. I think we may be needing a revolution. I keep saying that. But look, here's the problem. These politicians come up with palliative names for these goddamn stupid laws like Gun Safety Act of 2022 or some crap like that. And the suburban moms and the suburban soccer moms and all the single white women and all the black women out there, they're just trying to make us safe. And they go on with it. See, we've got to educate them out of this mindset.
That's right. That's why we're
I'll tell you right now, no matter what we say, if they keep enacting this unconstitutional legislation, the powers that be are going to act on it as though it is. They're going to lock up people. They're going to charge them. They're going to go to court. They're going to get convicted. And that's just the way it's going to be until we educate our people and say, hey, whenever they come up with this, do just like you did in New Mexico. Get your guns, strap up, go out in the park, start having a rally in the bus. Say, we will not comply. We will not obey. Right now, we haven't got enough Americans on our side in that regard. We just don't.
That's true.
Sarge, I understand that. But who determines the number? When does it feel good to go and do that? This guy, like I just said, start now. Skip Joe, and the whole argument started with what? Biden. You know what? Start with him then. He's a top player in this. He's well-known. No, he's wrong. It's wrong what they're doing to him. Not just because he's Biden's son, now we got to say, oh, yeah, it's okay. No, it's wrong.
But wait a minute. But, Joe, you cannot apply an objective principle to a subjective situation. Joe Biden is scum. We all despise him. We all loathe him. That doesn't change the principle applying to him as it does to any other American. The law is unconstitutional no matter who they apply it against.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
So
that's why I'm sticking up for Biden.
It's on the books. They put all kinds of people in jail for violating this unconstitutional crap.
Well, let's start with Biden and let him go.
Why shouldn't
then?
they do it to him, too? Let him appeal to the court.
No.
Let him appeal and say, hey, it's unconstitutional. He's probably got a better chance of getting it repealed than any of us do. He's probably got a better shot at getting this law repealed or declared unconstitutional than any of us do.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Get it up. Well, support him in this.
Let him make his appeal then. Let's hope he succeeds.
Yeah, I know, but if you allow him to get arrested and go, it could take years down the road, man. You know?
I know that. I know that. That's why we got to convince our fellow citizens to stop putting up with this jive.
You know, all I'm saying is that we should not be thrashing Biden
all the way around. There are no consequences. You know, we're living at a time when we the people just it's become so normal for our politicians to be more and more corrupt beyond comprehension, and that's just normal, you know.
But wouldn't it be great, Lorianne?
Okay, what else is new?
Lorianne, wouldn't it be great, though, for us as conservatives or libertarians to stand up for the other side and show everyone now how much bigger we can be and without, you know, saying, because just being against him just because of who he is? How about we make the stand and saying, hey, see, we can stand for what's right. We can stand up for what's right, even if it's our enemy. You know, that shows greater will and courage and morality and courage against this evil empire than any other time. Because, you know, they would never do that for us. A liberal would never say, oh, we're getting back down and support us. You know? That's my point. That's what I'm trying to say.
I damn sure am not going to look to no goddamn liberal for some advice on what is objectively true and principle, because they won't give it to me. They are determined to wreck the constitutional order. They are determined to wreck the republic. They are determined to destroy the rule of law. So we cannot look to them for guidance. We've got to look to ourselves. We are the ones who believe in the principles of the Constitution. We are the ones who believe in the founding. We are the ones. We're going to have to lead them out of the darkness if they're willing to be led.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying. I'm saying let's support Biden and show how bigger we are than they are. You know, because instead of being so one-sided and politically divided all the time along party lines, you know, that's what I'm trying to say.
They need an exorcism, and they need to come to Jesus moment. Because right now they're living in the dark side. You know, they are determined, they are ruthlessly determined not to listen to reason.
Hunter Biden will hopefully be prosecuted for the crimes he has committed when it comes to his business dealings. You know, because his foreign business dealings and the trying to hide the money and embezzlement and probably money laundering, you know, those are the things that I want to see Hunter Biden go down for. And his pedophilia, you know, there were a lot of, you know, naked pictures of underage girls on that laptop.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, those are the things, like, don't get him on some bullshit firearms fucking bullshit that, you know,
why they're doing
that's the trap door. That's the trap door to get us conservatives that, you know, believe in gun rights to fall for the fucking trap.
But, Lori, the hue and cry from the public has forced them to do this gun charge. That's the only reason they're doing it, because the public outcry is so great, and everybody sees what a bullshit thing it was, along with this courageous judge who said, I don't even have the constitutional authority to make this deal. So that's what did it. So now they can say, we've got an investigation going, we can't talk about it, Hunter Biden can't go before Congress to testify because then he's going to incriminate himself. And guess what? He ain't going to be charged with all those more serious crimes like FARA violations, like accessory and conspiracy to commit bribery of a public official, like the bribery of Joe Biden himself, like a whole host of crimes, child sex trafficking and every damn thing else. That's not going to happen because they've got this thing going on. We're not going to get any of this until we get a new Attorney General and a new Department of Justice in place. We're not going to do it unless, again, there's a massive public outcry to force it. Otherwise, it ain't going to happen.
Okay.
It just isn't. These people are so corrupt, it's beyond reckoning.
I'm with you on that. And the media isn't going to cover it. And so the only voices there are talking about it like we are right now are like people like us. You know, you got to look at alternative media. You got to listen or watch podcasts. You know, you got to go to all these different alternate sources now because you can't fucking watch CNN or Fox or ABC. None of them. You can't fucking watch any of them and expect to, get any kind of truth. You know, any kind of truth at all. It's like there's a smidgen of fact and truth in their report somewhere.
Yeah.
You know, but you got to try to find where that bit of truth is, and recognize like the embellishment that's surrounding it. You know what I mean?
You know, I'm just fed up, man. I'm aggravated. You know, sometimes I sit here, doing my research or reading or whatever, and I can't even think straight sometimes. You know, so many problems facing, so many things to do. I'm like, campaigning, filling out envelopes. I got 750 envelopes here filled out. I got to mail out tomorrow. I mean, it's just, it's constant work, and, and I'm frustrated. And then it's constant setback after setback after setback, and, get kicked in the head and get knocked down. How long can you continue to get up and continue fighting? It just gets frustrating, and then you see these stories that are out there, social media. I just say, and all the lies and the immorality and the disgusting, perverted nonsense that these people are perpetrating amongst our children today. I mean, is there any hope? Is there any chance? And then I study history and look at the history repeating itself. It's I don't know. What am I doing here? Fighting this?
But Joe, you would not be Joe.
Yeah, imagine if we were in like a real life
you thought there was no hope.
War of the Worlds. Sorry to interrupt, but imagine if you all know the movie, War of the Worlds, based on the book and all that, and you had to like convince an alien race like not to fucking annihilate us, that we're worthy.
Well, that's where I'm at right now.
Imagine if we were trying to do that
I didn't hear what Sarge said.
I was just telling Joe, look, Joe, you would not be working as hard as you are if you did not believe more and more people are awakening to this horrid, unconstitutional regime that we're living through. They are. Problem is, it's not enough yet. So don't get discouraged. I can guarantee you, more people are aware of what's going on today than there were before Donald Trump was elected president. Now, they're seeing what's going on now because these people are so goddamn deranged that he has brought forth all of this corruption that we never thought would never been exposed had he not been elected president. Not that he even caused it. It was the reaction to him from these lunatics that have been opening people's eyes. So, look, Joe, don't despair. More and more people are awakening. Now, the question is, will it be enough? But they
awakening
are.
to what?
Give up.
What are
don't
you talking about? Sarge, what are you talking about?
Don't give up.
Am I missing something here?
I'm just saying there's more people that are awake to this corruption now than ever before, probably in the last 10 years.
I think Ron Rex said waking up to what? That was his question.
What corruption are you talking about? What do you act like something bad's going on?
The massive corruption in the deep state
administrative bureaucracy. That's not true. That's not true, Sarge. That's conspiracy theory shit. Nothing's wrong. Everything's fine. Joe's doing good.
Don't worry. The
Economics is the
economy's
answer.
doing great. The
You know,
job
they're just-
market is wonderful. Everything is peaches and cream.
Rent's reasonable. Gasoline's reasonable.
Don't
Diesel
fret,
fuel's reasonable.
little peasant.
Food is reasonable. Yeah, yeah.
Raping, when you go to the grocery store and you go to the checkout, you get into raping you're taking there. Because now you can't use money. You have to
Crime
do
is down. Crime is down.
Something. You have to do
Homelessness is down. Drug addiction is down. Everything is down. Everything is fine. Slavery is freedom. War is peace. Have no fear.
Absolutely. You got it, Sarge. Exactly. It's all the opposite of what really is happening.
Yep.
Yeah, you got it. Fucking right.
I'm watching
The
football.
upside down world. The upside down world is really
It
Satan.
is upside down.
That's exactly
It's
what it
straight
is.
on top
That's
of
when
itself.
we were talking about Lucifer
It's
and
insane.
evil.
I've
It's
been
like,
talking about this
that's
shit
what it,
for the
that's
past
what it does.
14 fucking years. I've been into it for
Everything
the
is
past
upside down.
20-some years. But my whole basis on everything I do on my show is all about this, okay? When I got me so popular on Perry Steele's show was the fact I brought up the birth certificate. That bullshit scam, along with all the other licenses that you have to get permission for these motherfuckers to let you do something that's normal. But you got to give them money to do it. I said one time on my show, I said it's kind of funny. I own a couple of retail businesses. I deal with the public. I mean, it kills me.
What's that noise?
I have to go fucking pay the goddamn Department of Revenue money. I have to pay to get a fucking number so I can fuck you out of money for them. Why does that not make any sense? That just don't make sense now, does it? And why do you got to pay property tax in the state of Missouri for shit you already own? But you're paying tax on it every fucking year on your shit that you own. Then you got to pay another tax called property tax. So you're fucking nailed again.
Yeah.
So what's wrong with that? Even though it's cheaper, even both of them actually combined, it's cheaper than anywhere else than property tax. All right, like California, New York, and all that shit, and Florida, blah blah. But it's come to the fact we have been bullshitted so much. People have became to go ahead and believe it. I can't find it. I'm just going to believe it and go with the flow, right? But today, we're not doing that no more. People like me preaching the fucking word of the gospel, of the reality of a fucking birth certificate, the reality of any type of licensing you have to get, a marriage license, fishing license, driver's license, business license. Why do you have to have those? You don't. You legally do not have to have none of that. But they have got everybody convinced.
That's the fight in North Carolina.
You can bullshit people enough to get them to believe anything. And they started this shit. Here's where it really fucking started, how they figured this one out. The Catholics. The Catholics did this. They taught them the tricks on how to pull this shit up in government. They did it because, the Catholic religion is involved in a lot of government politics. But the thing is, they used to sell people tickets to go to heaven. And people believe that. They believe it. They fucking believe it.
Yeah.
Like I said, a fucking king gave up his kingdom and all his goddamn gold just the fact because he thought he's really going to go to fucking heaven. Because these motherfuckers convinced him that that's what's going to happen. You give us your money to spread the word of God and help other people, they don't give a fuck. Help. Only thing they want to help from people is help them get in their fucking wallets, get the money out to give to them. That's the only way they help them fucking out. That's it. Okay, so, but the guy believed it. The king believed it. So he did it. He gave him fucking all his gold, his kingdom, everything. Did he go to heaven? Probably not. But he believed it. He believed he bought his ticket to paradise, I got 2
Hope on a rope.
to paradise, and, no. But that's the whole thing. It's a manipulated game, and the government does it all the time. Same thing. Make you think of something really fucking great, and at the same time, they're going to slide something in a paragraph in one of these motherfuckers that changes the whole perspective of law that you don't want, didn't like it, and it's all bullshit wrong, but they still slid the motherfucker in there. Just to help themselves and their buddies and everybody else that on their side of what they want to fucking do. That's like, the prison system. I guarantee you that 98% of every motherfucker sitting in a prison right now does not belong there. They're there by consent, their own consent. They volunteered to be a fucking inmate slave. Then the Constitution, then they use the Constitution to see they use the Constitution when it's convenient for them. They don't use it like it's supposed to be in its full entirety. They just use a piece of it as they need it. Okay, so here's the deal. I locked this motherfucker up. Now I can use him as a slave because the Constitution says I can. But see, he broke a rule, which is consistent of a fraud, which the three elements of crime: victim, damage, fraud. So it falls in that. So this motherfucker committed fraud, so he has to go to jail. So now, when we were really particular on the ones we send to prison for a long time, we want the ones from 18 to 35 years old. Them are our targets.
Oh, yeah.
Them what we want. Them are the guys that are still workable. They're still workable. And why do we have more men in fucking prison than women? Well, because men work harder than women. No offense. But that's the fact, you know. And a man can do more than a woman, you know. Unless you're a full-blown dyke-in lesbian whatever, then, you know, you might be able to pick up a fucking tractor trailer and change fucking tires by hand. But that's up to you, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, but you see my point. That's what it is. The whole thing, you're like, okay, the birth certificate itself, man, that's just collateral. It's consent and collateral. People don't get that. They don't seem to fucking understand. I've said this to my show for hours. Explain this to people. When you were born, you were fucking abandoned. Your parents didn't claim you. They just got a receipt for you as a finished product, which is called a birth certificate. Okay? The birth certificate is born because of, in 1929, during the Great Depression, they had to come up with collateral. The U.S. government had to come up with some type of collateral.
Yep.
Well, what do we have for collateral? Well, let's see. Nothing but fuck the people. They're stupid enough to fall apart. They'll do anything because they're fucking stupid. We'll tell them to sign this little form right here, and that will give us relinquished power of attorney over the fucking...
We'll make money off of your newborn baby's, you know,
future labor.
Eventual,
well, but
labor. Exactly.
Let me finish.
We're going to make sure that your kid goes into debt. We're going to make sure we make all kinds of money off of you.
From the minute it enters
and
your
interest and taxes and insurance.
When that child baby is in your balls, it's in debt. Seriously. Because here's the deal. When it comes out, when it cracks that fucking egg open and makes that fucking brain omelet, okay, when it comes out and shit, it's automatically in debt too. But it was in debt way before that. Because here's the deal. The thing with the birth certificate is it's a bill of lading, okay? It's what you have inventory on your ship, okay? And it's also a product, okay? So what happens is what you do. In other words, you know when I say there's a sucker born every fucking day, here's why. Because when you're born and you grow up and you get your Social Security number, you get that number so they can track your money, your financing, your actual bank account. Okay, then you go to this job, you apply for it, and this big greasy cocksucker motherfucker has no education, retarded fuck. The manager says to you, okay, you got the job, and hands you a piece of paper, little square piece of paper, looks like a fucking index card. It's called a W-2 form, and you're gonna fucking sign that fucking thing. And when you sign that, you just signed over consent for them to take money out of your paycheck. If you don't sign that consent form, you don't have to pay taxes. But most employers will not hire you unless you do that because they want a piece of the money too. Because they get to sit and make interest off your money before it has to get paid off to the government. Yeah, ain't that nice? So then that's what happens. And it's the point is you're giving consent to let them take your money. That's what it is. Otherwise, they cannot take your money from your labor. And in the Constitution, it also does read the fact you're not to pay off labor of your back, okay, which is taxes. You ain't supposed to pay for taxes off of labor. Labor should not be taxed. So,
yeah, that's your property. Your compensation for your labor is your property.
You own your own machine. You know, that's your own shit. You know what I mean?
Lorianne,
and literally, if your shit has value, it's yours. You know, I mean, your property.
Well, no, that's different. Property,
can't tax my shit.
We're talking labor off your hands, what your body produces. You know, the material part of it. You know what I mean? You know, if you nail two boards together, that's the product, and you're.
I'm just saying.
Right, but I'm just. Like I said, I've been into this for many, many years, and I understand all of it. I understand the definition of court systems. I mean, I learned that game a long time ago. I studied it. You know, I studied fucking law. I still study today. I still study. The point of it is, there's so many tricks involved. There's so many things. Like me, I technically own my name. Ron Reck, I own him. I own that motherfucker. Because I went and claimed him. I went and claimed the name. That's what happens to you. When you go to court, they know automatically that nobody owns you. You are a ward of the fucking state. You know, why is a lawyer a ward of the... Why is he a fucking officer of the court? When he's supposed to be helping you. He's not helping you. He's helping the court first.
Yeah.
And who's in court involved with? The state.
Exactly.
Who's the one charging you? The state. Who's the prosecutor? The state. In the real world, in the real concept fucking world of that part, it's called conflict of interest.
Yeah, hold that thought, Ron. Yes.
Lorianne, basically what Ron's saying is what Dave Champion said on your show a few months back. Exactly what Dave Champion said.
Oh shit.
So yeah.
Exactly. He's actually looked up, and he has a book on it. But yeah, it's Dave Champion, 3-time guest. We've talked a lot about taxes, and I've played a lot of his clips that he does, his videos that he does, talking about that. It's like if you actually go and look back and where employee and income are defined and who the income tax applies to, it isn't us,
That's right.
98% of us probably do not earn foreign-derived income, is what it boils down to. Foreign-derived income is subject to federal income tax, and then most states honor that, and copy it in their own state tax kind of schemes. But in any case, like that's what he says, is that it doesn't apply to most of us. If you're sitting here, you're working and, earning money locally, you're not, it's not foreign-derived income.
Right, but
then
but
it's
the
not
trick,
subject
did you
to
catch
the
the
income
trick?
tax.
Like I explained earlier, did you catch the trick what I'm talking about? You give them consent. And you don't know it. You don't even know you're giving these fuckers consent. That's the bad part about it.
You sign that W-9 or whatever saying, yes, under penalty of perjury, I attest that I am subject to the income tax.
No,
that
you're
this
not
applies
subject
to
to it.
me.
No, you're not subject to it.
And when you check that box and you sign it, that's you agreeing to it.
You're giving consent to be fucked. That's all you're doing. It's okay for you to fuck.
Exactly.
Okay, that's what that means. So, I mean, look,
you're literally
let me
signing,
give you a little funny
checking
scenario.
that box, signing with your signature.
Okay.
Saying, yes, please fuck me up the ass with no lube, government, and thank you for your service.
Can I call the floor for about 2 minutes? Can I have the floor for about 2 minutes? 2? To explain something real quick?
Sure, okay.
All right, I'm begging you, please, Barry. Don't treat me this way, baby. I love you. Don't do this. Fuck, man, really? I just thought the boys having some beers. Fuck, baby. Anyway. Yeah, okay, let me give you a little fun thing that happened once upon a time. I got a ticket for having no insurance, right? Even though I don't have a driver's license either. I don't use a driver's license, and the vehicle I was driving had a tag on it that says private, not for hire. First off, the cop insinuated the fact that I was a sovereign. I said, no, you're a sovereign. I'm an American citizen. Different thing, okay? Anyway, a lot of people don't understand it. Don't claim to be a sovereign. You're a fucking retard if you do. Anyway, so the police officer went back to his car, blah, 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 blah. Then he came back, got me, put me in his car with him. I figured, I'm going to jail. Fuck, I'm cool. It's all right. I'm not called aggravated kidnapping because he has a gun. And I didn't do nothing wrong to hurt anybody, commit any damage, or an act of fraud. So I didn't commit a crime. And fucking traffic law is only fucking bullshit of a rule. It ain't even fucking nothing. It's civil. It's fucking civil.
Yeah.
So anyway.
In order to actually physically remove you from your vehicle and place you into a vehicle, which is detainment and assumed arrest, an officer doesn't even have to say you're under arrest. If you are handcuffed and put in the back of their police car,
it's aggravated kidnapping.
That is an arrest.
But it's also aggravated kidnapping.
And so you better have probable cause or at least strongly reasonable suspicion to do that.
That don't mean shit. It don't mean shit. Most people fucking open their mouth up and fuck themselves anyway. But anyway, the police officer, he was a real nice guy, kind of, sort of, but he had to write the ticket. So he wrote me a ticket for driving without any insurance. And so we can take off after I split and I don't see you. I don't give a fuck what you do. Because he knew he couldn't stop me from operating that vehicle because of the tag on the side of the truck. It stated, not for hire, private, not for hire. Okay? That means it's not in the act of commerce. Okay? And you have to have a license to cart around your corporation, okay? Because you're considered a driver for that corporation. See, you're carrying two roles now. Fun little fact. But anyway, so as we're going, court date comes up, I go to court. The judge comes to me and says, okay, Ron, what do you plead? And I said, well, I don't. He goes, well, I'm going to enter. The state has this charge against you. I'm going to go ahead and enter a guilty plea for you. I said at that time, Your Honor, I object. I didn't say Your Honor, but I mean, I'll just use it for theatrical, okay? I said, I did not, I don't know. I object. And he goes, on what grounds? I said, actually, two. He goes, okay, what are they? I said, well, the first one is, are you making a judicial determination that I am guilty of this charge? Or number two, you are representing me in this court case by making that suggestion. Because, see, here's the problem. When he says that, I'm going to enter your not guilty plea for you, he's acting as my attorney now. Get it? All right. Okay. So, which he cannot do that.
Kind of, yeah.
The fucking law.
Kind of, sort of, in a way.
Well, yeah, it is. It is.
Exactly.
And it pissed him off when you call him out on this. So, anyway, he goes, well, what do you want to do? I said, well, I demand a motion hearing. Because here's the reason why I can say the word demand, because I am not under their jurisdiction. I did not give them consent to have jurisdiction over me at all anyway. Okay, so I didn't got to worry about what the fuck I say to them at all. They could say contempt of court, which he did. Didn't matter to me. I just said, I'm not contempting this court. I'm just simply stating a fact. And it is, and it can be proven. Okay, because that makes it a fact. Anyway, so the court date, the hearing date shows up. I filed 82 motions on a fucking insurance ticket. 82 of them. Individually. I showed up at the circuit clerk's office with a fucking lawn chair. It's going to be a long fucking day to file 82 fucking motions individually. Well, they went and got the head circuit clerk and had her come out, and she knows who I am. She goes, Ron, we can do these all at one time. And I said, yeah, and he can make a judgment on them all at one time. No. We're going to hear these one at a time. Sweet Jesus. That's exactly what I said to her. So, right.
Yeah, that's a nice waste of taxpayer dollars, sucking up all that fucking court time and shit,
yes,
handling them all individually.
3 hours. It took actually 3 hours to do it. My lawn chair was so hot for me, I about melted through it. Anyway, so everything went fine, got them all done. Came another, I think it's 3 weeks after that, and then here's the hearing date, the motion hearing date, okay? So the time for me to be there was at 9 a.m. in the morning. I was there way earlier. I was at 8:30. I was there bullshitting with everybody else. Anyway, so I'm sitting there waiting, go on lunch recess, come back, sitting, wait. And here's finally comes to me. I'm the last motherfucker in there. The last guy, right? And the judge says, okay, come on, you. Okay. That's going to be a long night because Missouri courts don't stop. They don't quit at 5 o'clock. They stay going for it. I've seen them go to 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, okay? So anyway, he goes, let's get this started. And he goes, okay, what's your first one? I said, well, take my first motion is to the court. And the question is, Judge, who do you work for? And he looked at me. He goes, what do you mean? I said, who do you work for? He goes, I work for the people of the state of Missouri. They elected me into office, and I hold this position. And I work for the people of the state of Missouri. I said, thank you for the record. Second one, prosecutor. Who do you work for? I work for Jeff Merrill. Okay, well, who does Jeff Merrill work for? Jeff Merrill works for the people of the state of Missouri. He was elected into office, so he's the prosecutor. So, okay, fine. So, thank you for the record. Okay. I said, okay. Now, number 3. I want to know what it is out of 3 elements. The fact of this is a crime because we've done admitted that this was a crime that I'm here in this court. So, which one was it? Who was the victim? What was the damage? And what was the fraud? Okay, they both looked back and forth to each other. The only thing they could say was the state, because the state versus me, right? On the ticket, it even shows it. It says, the court docket. It says, the case versus Ron Reck. Okay, well, Ronald Reck, but anyway. So okay, so it's the state versus me. Okay, the fourth question was the Constitution of the state of Missouri and the Constitution of the United States states that I have the right to a fair trial. Will I get a fair trial today in the state where I stand right now in this room, on this planet of this ship, if there's a conflict of interest? Judge looked at me, looked at the prosecutor, looked back at me, said, case dismissed, have a good day, said, up, I object. And he just looked at me like a deer in the headlights. Why do you object? I said because I don't
Okay,
want it dismissed.
cave, and then you're like, oh, no, I'm not going to let you make me walk and just dismiss
I don't want it
this.
dismissed.
No.
I don't want it dismissed, Tony. That's his name, Tony. Okay, it's the judge's name. I want it discharged because he ain't no judge to me. Anyway, he ain't. He just ain't there to qualify. You know, I never gave him jurisdiction to be a judge or anything like that or requested it. So, case was discharged, so the case went away. But do you see the point? What I did is I proved the fact that the ticket was bullshit. Because the state can't be the victim, the prosecutor, and the fucking judge. That's conflict of interest, man. How could you win it? You could never win. Because the state's going to believe the state, ain't it? And the state's going to believe the state, ain't it? You know? So there you go. The victim's the state, the state's the prosecutor, the state's the judge. It's against the fucking law. They do it every day. And the only way they can do it is by your consent. People don't get that. Yep. They don't get it. They rather pay the lousy fucking little bit of money and be out. But anyway, to add insult injury, to finish the story real quick, here's what I did. As I'm walking out, you know, don't do your gloating while you're in the courtroom. Get out there and go crack the fuck up laughing in the hallway at them, you know. Make sure they hear you.
Yeah.
But anyway, as I'm walking out, I grabbed my wallet and I pulled out my insurance card. I said, is this what you wanted? This was legal before the ticket was ever wrote. See that? See there? You could have done it in the first place. You would never go through all this. Well, you asked for it. I didn't. You wanted to fuck with me? Well, I show you what is to fuck with me. You ain't going to do it tomorrow, are you? Lunch lesson? Oh, God, did they hate me. Hated my fucking guts. But it's my fucking right. I protected my rights. That's what I did. And I preach that to everybody. You need to do that yourself. Don't be scared of them, man. They'll intimidate you. That's what they do. They love to intimidate and scare people. They want to put the fear in you so you give in. That's what it's all about.
I mean, the whole room is set up to intimidate you.
Yeah, and it's a fucking ship. When you walk through them double doors, you're walking on that fucking bridge of a
here's
ship.
my overlord of a judge, you know, sitting high up, looking down upon the...
In a dress.
You know, and...
Unless it's a woman judge, and that's sarcasm, but you know. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it doesn't really matter to me either way. You know, they're set up in a position to, you know, be intimidating.
Right, but you see,
and
that's
for
what
a reason.
my point
There's
was.
like psychology behind how courtrooms are set up.
Well, I know you heard my little story about Johnny, haven't you? The story of little Johnny.
Who was trying to speak? Ron, pause for a second. Was that Joe Gibson trying to speak or somebody else?
No, that was me. What I was going to say is he's talking about not being intimidated when you go in there. That's what makes Trump so intriguing, because Trump doesn't seem to be intimidated by these people, right? And he's not intimidated by Fannie Willis and obviously the judge and possibly the jury in his case in Atlanta. He doesn't seem to be intimidated with Jack Smith. He sure as hell is not intimidated by what's his name up in New York, you know. So I mean, that's what you got to do. You can't show that you're afraid of these people, or else it's like fighting a wild animal. You can't show fear. They can smell fear, right? So if you show fear, they know they got you.
Exactly. Fear has like its own like pheromone, you know. If you think about it that way, yeah, people can sense fear, and then that's when they know they got you and they can intimidate you, and you know, you lost the power struggle. But it is intimidating, especially for somebody that's never been to court before, you know. And then you either depend, like, here's the other crisis. I've talked about it on shows previously here in Oregon. There is a public defender crisis. One of the reasons why Oregon, particularly Portland, has had to let a lot of people go without jail time or very short jail time and they had to dismiss, like, I believe it was last year, they dismissed over 600 cases. You know, we're talking assaults and things like that. they had to dismiss them because they simply did not have enough public defenders to defend these people, and they could not afford their own attorneys. And then, like statute of limitation, statutes run out in order to be able to pursue charges. And so they had to drop in just 1 year over like 600 cases or something, or over a year and a half, because there's just not enough public defenders. And so, like, here's these people that assault other people, beat people up, theft of all kinds, like, jewelry stores and shit like that. All kinds of people that, all kinds of these things. They weren't just, petty crimes. Some of these were bigger crimes that they simply could not prosecute because there was there's not enough public defenders for them. And I don't think that Portland is alone in that scenario. The budget for public defenders, and that's got to be probably the most shitty job you could ever have. When you're starting out as an attorney, and you have to be a public defender. To, like, earn your stripes, that's, like, probably that's, like, the fucking worst job you could ever, have. You want to get out of that shit as fast as you can.
Yeah. But the courts in Missouri, they don't like to see Ron Reck show up in court because Ron Reck knows his stuff. That's just the way it is.
Yeah. Well, I think I talked about it before, Ron. I told you my story about when I defended myself in court, right? And won.
I don't think so. That's I remember.
Oh.
I might have been on drugs. What was you in court for?
Drugs. Yeah,
drugs?
Well, that's a story. It's a story, but yeah, I really didn't expect it. That was the only. I just. Long story short, I got the judge on my side and thoroughly pissed off at not me, but and like barked orders at the prosecutor to help me with the fucking paperwork to get me, anyway.
Yeah, I remember.
Oh, everybody kind of broke up there.
No, I said I remember. I got the story. Yeah.
Point of order?
Make an order. What?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman?
Point of order?
Yeah.
Well, hang on.
I was hoping I could bounce in here and see what everyone's theory about Nostradamus talking about the string theory.
Why are you hiding out in the bathroom?
I just stringed my guitar the other day, man. Do you want me to play some songs for you? My new strings? They're Ernie Ball Slinkies.
I think that's a valid question.
let me find a guitar pick here.
Well, I haven't heard no one's talking about one of the important issues of today is climate control and the new Green Deal. And our carbon footprints.
Well, I'm going to quit playing electric guitars because it wastes too much electric. And I'm going to start playing nothing but acoustics. And I'm going to sing you some sad songs.
Get your own generator. Get a separate generator just for, your extras. So you can treat yourself once in a while.
Well, they want to ban the air guitar.
I got to tune them yet. I haven't tuned them yet.
The Ron Reck concert right here on Lucid Libertarian while we're in overtime, and the recording's even going to stop if it has not already. Looks like my switchboard is dead. Yeah, switchboard went dead.
God, them do sound like shit.
I was gonna say, but I didn't want to offend you.
No, it's not even tuned up. I just put on the buffer and never tuned it up. Don't sound right. Don't sound right.
That was mean. That was mean of me. I didn't mean to be that mean. No.
So what? People falling
I
out?
almost broke your little heart.
Broke my little heart. Yep. Sad.
Yes, a little tiny EDB heart. That is yours.
I didn't mean to run everybody off talking about fucking court.
I'm still here. I don't know if
you didn't. You were telling your story and we were listening.
Yeah.
Yep. I just still here. Yeah, he's still here.
Same old story.
Are you guys familiar with the ruling of Pennsylvania versus Mims?
That sounds familiar.
Well,
sounds
what
very
it has
familiar.
to do with is Supreme Court ruled that it was not, I repeat, not. I'm not saying I agree with it or not, but this is what they ruled. They said that it is not unreasonable for a police officer to order people out of a car, to include people other than the driver, for their safety. They said that is not an unreasonable search and seizure. And now it doesn't mean a state has to adopt such a law. It says that if a state does adopt that law, that it's not unconstitutional. So, whenever people say that, a police officer can't order me out of my car on a routine traffic stop, unfortunately, the Supreme Court has said yes, they can.
Well,
they can ask you to exit your vehicle, yes, and
there
you
has
should
to be a
comply.
legitimate reason to get you out, though. Okay?
They can order you. They can order you to exit your vehicle, and if you don't, they can arrest
putting you in the back of their vehicle. They need a reason to be putting you in the back of their vehicle, and basically you're under arrest at that point.
I would agree with that.
When they're like,
I would agree with that.
You're under arrest.
I would agree with that, but they can detain you outside of your vehicle or next to their squad car while they conduct an investigation under this Supreme Court ruling.
Yes. You cannot impede an officer from a justifiable investigation. They have to have reasonable suspicion that a crime is being committed or was committed or in the process of being committed in order to detain you outside of your vehicle. Especially got to have probable cause to search it. That kind of thing. And officers do that wrong all the fucking time and get away with it.
Yeah.
Well, they can have probable cause to search your vehicle.
I smell pot. You might not ever even touch pot and nothing, and all they got to do is say, I smell pot. And they flat out lie. There's no possible way you could smell pot,
Well, look, the
but
police
they
officers
can lie
lie.
and say that, and then the judges fucking side with them, which goes back to Ron's point, which is, the judge is obliged oftentimes to, agree or give more weight to an officer's statement than the defendant.
The judge is not supposed.
It's a biased fucking setup.
No, a judge is not obliged to give more weight to a police officer's word. But the judge is supposed to make an evaluation based upon the evidence presented or the testimony presented to him before a court. Now, that may be the officer's word has more weight. But if the judge is true to his oath of office, he is not supposed to automatically give more weight to what the officer says. This is the point. Look,
therein lies the problem.
When you describe
judges
when you
not adhering to their
a
own
police
oath of
officer,
office, therein lies the
but
problem.
when you describe a police officer who lies about a smell of marijuana that he doesn't smell, You're talking about a corrupt officer who is violating the law. That's what you're talking about.
And it is
An
all
officer who
too
does
common.
that
And it is all
is
too
a criminal.
They
An
get by
officer who
with it.
does that is a criminal by definition. He's not a police officer. So I'm just saying, yes, police officers can do that. They do that. The point of it is that that's why civilians are supposed to exercise oversight over their police departments to try to prevent them from doing that. And by the way, a police officer does not have to be investigating a crime to order you out of a car. He can simply say he did it for officer safety. He doesn't have to be investigating a crime, although oftentimes he is.
That's another
but
catch-all.
He doesn't have to be.
It's for our safety.
Yeah,
Catch-all.
but he doesn't have to be. Even the ruling by the court says it doesn't have to be because you're investigating a crime. It simply means you want to go have them out of the car so you can keep an eye on them.
Let me ask you this: here in Texas, under the new constitutional carry law that was passed 2 years ago, you do not have to identify if a cop asks you for your identification. If he stops you or you're a passenger in the vehicle, you don't have to give ID. And that's the law that they passed under constitutional carry. What about that one?
Oh, okay. That's okay. That's good.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, every
Pretty
state's
sure
not
most
like that.
states, though, require you, if a police officer asks you for your driver's license, if you're operating a vehicle, then they have that right to ask for your ID since you're operating a vehicle. So
But
that's
even
one thing. But otherwise, most states do not have stop and ID laws where you're just walking down the street, you're just hanging out on the sidewalk or whatever. I mean, the cops don't have the right to have you, for you to show your identification if you're not actually operating a vehicle or something like that.
But there is one exception to what Gunsling describes as law in Texas. That's when the identification is critical to the investigation. In other words, the cop suspects that you're someone that is wanted either in an investigation or for a crime. When they're asking for identification, establish proof of your identity. When it is the object of the investigation establishing your identity, you have to establish your identity, and if you don't, the officer can then take you into custody in order to determine
how many
who you
times do cops get it wrong? How many times do cops arrest the wrong person and misidentify?
They get it wrong a lot, but I'm just saying that the law allows it.
You simply showing your ID to a police officer can violate your Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. Because if they're looking for the wrong person, your name is out there, but it's not you. I should have opened myself up to that.
But wait a minute. If I'm conducting an investigation and I reasonably believe the person who I have stopped is the person that is wanted for an offense, and I'm asking him for an investigation. Now remember, I have probable cause that they are the person, and they refuse to provide the investigation. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to place them under arrest. I'm going to perform a search incident to the arrest. I'm going to arrest them under suspicion, for being, rather, not under suspicion, for being the person that I think is the offender in the case. I'm going to do a search incident to the arrest. If they have any ID on them, I'm going to get it. If they don't have ID, I'm taking it in the station. I'm going to run them through Atlas, which is the automated fingerprint identification system, and I'm going to find out if they're in the system. Those fingerprints are in the system, and I'm going to write up a detailed report detailing all of my reasons, my justifications, and everything else I did it. So even if I'm wrong, I'll have standing and probable cause to have done what I did. I've done it before. I got a guy I'm certain is the guy, and the guy says he's not the guy. He says he's not going to give me an identification, and I place him under arrest, and it turns out he's the guy. I'm just saying, I've done it before. The guy tells me he's not who he is. I know he's the guy. I know he is. He says he's not. I just place him under arrest.
What I'm doing is bringing up like a legal conundrum here. It's too constitutional